Hello, hi there. This is an unorthodox time for stream. I feel bad because I think JoJo's streaming right now. It feels rude, which is maybe I shouldn't feel that way. But it's a critical moment. There's a crisis basically that I've learned about. That there's a recent Blobz puzzle that I haven't done, and I don't even know what to say. I don't know how. It's such a serious oversight. So let's try to correct this by doing Teenage Love by Blobz. At first, I saw this and I thought maybe I had done it because there was another 13 and 14 puzzle, but I don't think I've done this one. It's going to be very silly if someone points out to me that I have actually done this puzzle. But I don't think so. And I even started doing it I started on it just to see like if it would shake anything loose in my memory, but it does not seem to be, uh-oh. Now I've done it. It didn't seem familiar. The 13-14 seemed familiar, but I went back and realized there was a 13-14 puzzle in Blobz, like whatever it's called, ambiguous sums. Helio, how's it going? Helio, I keep thinking about your puzzle and I keep being daunted. Wait, can you be daunted? I know you can be undaunted, so presumably you can be daunted. I find it daunting. So if it is daunting, that means it has daunted me, and I am daunted. I'm gonna go with that. Here's another insane background. I kind of like the insane one we had previously. It's too much. It's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot, but I think I'm gonna go with it. Oops. Okay, let's try to position the mic well. I definitely have things I should be doing that are not Sudoku in the middle of a Monday, but here we are. So the way these puzzles work, Blobz has a whole series of these where there's an ambiguous sum, like all of these digits sum to X, or they all sum to Y in whatever the constraints are. So in this case, every adjacent pair of digits along the line do not repeat and must sum to 13 or 14. So any two digits here, I guess by saying they don't repeat means we will never have a double 7 equal 14. Okay, Helio is exactly whelmed, which is I think is what you want to be. I think whelming is a good baseline. So, okay, so that is a thing. All these adjacent digits in cages do not repeat and must sum to 13 or 14. Okay, and digits, and there's one arrow here that's just arrow rules. So as I said, in trying to decide if I had done this, I did start on it. So I've already done some thinking. So I'm not going to pretend like I don't know things. Maybe I will. I'll pretend things like, oh gosh, what a surprise. But one thing in thinking about this puzzle, we have a whole lot of dominoes that need to sum to 13 or 14. And so we know we will never have 1 or 2 or 3 inside of a domino, right? It's just not possible, because if you have a 3 in here, what would you add to it to get 13 or 14? That was a valid Sudoku digit. 4s can be in there. And there's also some restrictions on the lines that almost feel a little bit like German Whisper. Sorry, say subscriptions. I meant restrictions. Restrictions on the line that almost feel like German Whisper. So for example, if you try to put a 4 here, then that means you have to sum to both digits, 13 and 14, and the 4 can't sum to 14. So we can also say that there's no 4s places like this, where you know that this digit has to be part of a 13 sum and a 14 sum. Yeah, so you're excluding a whole lot of digits. And 9 can only go in a domino if it goes with sorry, 9 could only go here, for example, not in a domino, but in one of these like corner pairs where we know that have to be both. Well, it's actually true for all those digits. I shouldn't just say it's 9. But for example, if this is a 9, we know this is a 4 or 5, for example, because we just know that we have to hit both of those sums. So in thinking about that, we can immediately rule, and then another addendum to the addendums about the line is that the line also obviously excludes 1, 2, and 3 for the same reason that dominoes do. So the line excludes 1, 2, 3, 4 is quite restricted. And then, you know, where we have these cases where we have to go both ways, we'll just have to think real hard about them. So something we can see immediately in the center of the puzzle is that there's a domino here and there's a domino here. And that is not 1, 2, or 3. So we can stick the digits 1, 2, and 3 in here. And that's not 1 because of this one. And in fact, in this column, that's a domino, that's pink, that's pink, that's a domino, and that's a domino. So in this column, it looks like we know exactly where 1, 2, and 3 are. Is that really true? 1, 2, and 3 are never in a domino. They're never on the line, never in a domino, never in a domino, never on the line. So I think that makes this a 1, 2, 3 triple. That's not a 1. This column. Yeah, so this column, we're not in the domino, we're not pink. We could be here maybe. We're not in a domino, we're not pink, we're not in a domino. But there's only one digit, only one of 1, 2, and 3 are in here. So even though we have 4 digits where we think, you know, where we would say not domino, not pink, not domino, not pink, not domino, we have 4 spots. This is never going to be we can't have like 2, 3 in here, right? Or 1, 2. We can only have one of those digits in here. So I think that means that these are also 1, 2, 3. Is that really a true statement? Well, actually, there's an easier way to see that for this box, I think, because we're not on pink line and we're not in dominoes. So this is 1, 2, or 3 also. And something I'm really feeling, you know, noticing right away, and something that I started to notice when thinking about these lines, even though, you know, I stopped doing the puzzle when it was clear that I needed to stream it. Oh yeah, it's the same thing in box 8, presumably. So we're not, no dominoes, no pink, no dominoes. It gives us 1, 2, 3 triple here. Cute. So, but the thing that, when you're thinking about 1, 2, 3s, I start to think about entropic lines, right? So all of these digits are from 1, 2, 3, which for some reason I've decided is red in my life. You know, one of these is going to be red. Let's place a 1 here. Over here, no dominoes, no pink, and 1 sees this whole line. So I think this just is a 1. Which means there is a 1 up here, which is not here. One of you is a 1. Go anywhere else with that? 1 over here has some places to be, though. Well, I must, right? Because, let's think about this. Like, 1, we can limit this just based on this digit. We can limit based on size, right? Because we know that this is a minimum of 5, right? Because we can't have 1. So this is a minimum of 2, 3 equals 5. So this can't be more than 4, but it's not 4. So actually this is also 1, 2, 3, right? Because this is a minimum of 2 plus 3 equals 5. This is a maximum of 9, obviously. So I think that also gives us 1, 2, 3 here, which gives us all the 1, 2, 3s there. And then 1, 2, 3 is always equal to 6, but we need to equal 13 or 14, so that gives us a 7 or 8 here, which is a high digit. Wait, sorry, what did I forget here? 2 on the arrow. Did I forget a possibility? Or were you talking about a different possibility? Oh, the arrow itself. The arrow itself. We're talking about the arrow itself? I'm sorry, I feel like I'm not understanding. This is... Could this be 2, 3? No. No, wait, okay, I'm sorry. This can't be 2, 3 equals 5. Because that's 2 low digits. So that's not a true statement at all. Well, I think this is still possibly true, but anyway, the lowest we could have here is we could have a 2, but then the next digit would be 5. So the lowest this could be is actually 7, right? It can't be 2, 3 because it's too many low digits. So we could have a 2 here, can't have a 4, we could have a 5. This is minimum 7, which means this is not 3. And it means this is an 8 or a 9. And that becomes a blue digit. Oh, right. I'm sorry. This can't be low anyway. Interesting. Right, Helio's pointing out, which I should have seen, this is a domino. So what can this digit be? It's obviously not 1, 2, 3, or 4. So this digit is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, it's not 9 because it can't sum up there. It's not 8 because it would that math would never work. 7 would only work if this was double 1, so that's not a 7. So this is a 5 or a 6 because this could be 6 plus 2 plus 1 equals 9. Celestial Bean Art, how's it going? Of all my favorite kinds of bean art, Celestial Bean Art is probably the best. I'm having a hard time even thinking other forms of bean art. That's not true. There are those like those bean collages. You have a nice cat. But if it's celestial, it'd be like a bean collage of the stars. Well, that didn't work out at all. That search did not work out. Okay, so this is 5 or 6. So what is this then? Well, okay, a couple things here. That means this digit is a middly digit because it's from 4, 5, or 6. That's also middly. I think entropy is going to be our friend here, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But I think it is. If this were a 5, it could be 8 to be 13 or 9 to be 14. If it's a 6, Wait. Oh yeah, it could be 6 plus 8. I'm sorry. 6 plus 8 equals 14, and that's fine. 5 could add to either of these. This is a high digit, by the way. Everyone loves being. That is such a weird song. What a weird song. The weirdest part about that song is it has like a happy ending where it's like, oh, we both suck. Oh, you. We both wanted to cheat on each other. Oh, shucks. This is a minimum of 5 plus 1. So this is a minimum of 6. So this is a maximum of 3 to equal 9. So this is also a 1, 2, 3 digit. It's not a 1, by the way. So we got a 2, 3 pair here, which is exciting. Wait, I'm sorry. This could be a 7. That could be a 7 because it could be 6 plus 7. It's still a blue digit, but 6 plus 7 equals 13 is valid. Oh, see, Helio's on it. So this column's kind of funny. Well, okay, there's another low digit in this box. And it's the remaining low digit in this column, which we probably could have seen. Maybe we couldn't have seen it. We know 2 low digits. None of these are low. So one of these is definitely a low digit. That seems... So this is pretty low. So, okay, but that means we know exactly what it is. There's 5 because it's 2, 3 because it's not 1. So we have 5 already here. So then we need 2 more digits that sum to either 8 or 9. We need 2 digits that sum to either 8 or 9 that don't include 1. What? Isn't it only 4, 5? Sorry, I missed that last. Okay, so I'm just thinking about this for a second. We know we have 5 spoken for here. Absolutely, right? Because we have a 2, 3 pair in here somewhere. So this box's total is... This box's total, we already have 5 out of it. And we're trying to make that... So we need 2 digits that sum to 8 or 9. One of them is going to go up here. But those digits can't include 1, 2, or 3. 1's because it's not in there, but 2, 3 because we already used it. So that means the minimum... So it's only 4 or 5. Right? These digits... Well, this digit's only 4 or 5. Does that seem true? Yeah, so it's a 4 or 5 pair to equal 9 plus the 2, 3 pair to equal 14. That seems like the only way we can do it. So the other half of this 4, 5 is in here with the other half of the 2, 3. Which gets really interesting here. Because remember we were talking about how these corner spots are pretty restricted. So we know that it's never 1, 2, or 3 because it's on a pink line. So that's just out. These could 4, 5, 6. We know it could never be 4 because 4 would require 9, 10 to flank it. So it's never 4. 5, 6 is valid. And then 7, 8, or 9. However, where we were talking about earlier, 9, this digit has to sum to 13 and this one 14, or vice versa, like these combos do. So 9 has to be flanked by 4, 5. But if we do a 4, 5 pair, then we only have 2s and 3s here. So this is definitely not 9. And And 8 has to be flanked by 14 on one side and 13 on the other. So that's 5, 6, which would break this cell. So this is definitely not 8. So this is 5, 6, or 7. If it were 5, sorry, I'm thinking through this a second. It's not 7. Because there's not two ways. We specifically said we can't repeat in our adjacent digits, right? Every adjacent pair of digits along the line do not repeat. So we can't have a double 7. So we actually can't make 14 with 7. So 7 is never on one of these corners. So this is a 5, 6, which is a middle digit, which gets rid of the 5 here, which makes this a 2, 3, 4 triple, which means this is a 5. Does that sound good? Can a corner be 7 ever? I think not, right? Because one side would be 6 to make 13. I mean, in this case, it's forbidden by Sudoku, but it sounds to me like it's always forbidden because it says every adjacent pair does not repeat. But you think, I'm interpreting this that, oh, okay, but you could have a 7 here if it was double 6. That would be valid, right? That is valid. 7 with double 6. Okay, right. So that's that. So it's only the ones that are fully contained in a box, which are, it's really just these 4, I guess. But that's good. This is great. So we get a 7, 8, 9 triple here, right? That's all that's left in this box, is the other portion of the 7, 8, 9. So this is where I think the entropy gets interesting. So thinking about this digit, and in fact this digit's going to be very similar logic, but this digit is certainly not 1, 2, or 3, but can it be 7, 8, 9? Like, can we have the same entropy next to the same entropy? And I think the answer is no, because we can't have double 7. I think double 7 is the only way we could do that, right? 9 obviously can't go with any of these digits. It'd be minimum 16. 8 would be minimum 15. So the only digit from 7, 8, 9 that could actually work here is a 7. But my understanding is that we can't do double 7. Every adjacent pair of digits along the line do not repeat. So I'm going to say that we can't have a 7 here. And if that's true, this is 4, 5, 6, and it's a middle digit. And that logic has to also work here, right? 7, 8, 9, 8, 9 obviously don't work. We can't do that. It's not 1, 2, 3, so it's 4, 5, 6 also. It's a middle digit. And in this case, neither of those middle digits are 5. It's really cool. It's like secret entropic. And I'm going to say a middle digit can't be next to a middle digit, just because 6 plus 6 would be the minimum middle digit, and that's only 12, so that's not good enough. So that means it's 7, 8, 9, and that's going to be the same thing here. And then our logic, I think this logic carries all the way around. Am I missing something there? I think this alternates in middle-high entropy, because we never have low, and we can never have middle, because middle would only sum to 6, and we can never have high, even though we technically could have 14. It's forbidden by the rules. So does that seem true? Yeah, it's almost like a weird entropy whisper. I love it, Blobz. This is really, okay, provided I'm doing this correctly, which I think I am. I just don't see how you could have, middle's just not viable for a number of reasons. I mean, maybe there's some place where you could have us. Yeah, how could you do it? Yeah, middle just doesn't even make any sense. High almost makes sense, but if we rule out the repeat, then, so I think that means that these are all low. I hope this actually works. Low, low, low. Not low, sorry, middle. That would be high, 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 high. Okay, Helio, is there a flaw in this logic? Because I love it and I want it to be true, but that doesn't mean it's true. Because if that is true, we instantly get a lot of entropy for free. Sober Kid, oh, thank you. I'm glad we have heat turned on now so you can throw tomatoes to direct my attention, but I appreciate that. I honestly haven't looked at heat for a while. The thing I'm waiting for, or like my excuse, has been that I'm waiting for this new feature to come out of beta that has been in beta for so long. I thought it was going to be in beta for a few months, and it's been in a beta, I don't know, who knows the last time I posted. Anyway, I'm basically waiting for queues to come out of beta to release a new version of Heat, but it has taken so long that there will probably be entirely new tools by then. It was me. I was tomatoing myself. Okay, Helio's. I'm with you. I don't want to be right about this. So these are all 7, 8, 9, which is already carried in the color, and we have nothing there. So there's no reason to do that, but I'm going to do it anyway. These actually might get seen by somebody. Oh, well, yeah. Okay, these are 4, 5, 6, but that's obviously not a 4. That's obviously not a 5. But we said we can't have 4s here because a 4 here would need double 9s, right? So these are not 4. Oh, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. Have a great day. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the kind words. Okay, we have triple high. So this is middly, and it's going to be 5, 6. We get any more freebies like that? I think so. A thing that we need to remember now. Maybe it's not actually useful there. Okay, bad example. This one's a good example. Is what is the entropy of this digit? Because is that true? What I was about to say is that a domino also takes 2. Yeah, dominoes are going to follow the same rules. So, like, for example, what's this digit? It's definitely not low. We already know that. But even if this was, yeah, this is high, right? Yeah, that's okay. Dominoes, this is a 5, by the way, somehow. Wait, why isn't this a 6? That could be a 6. I'm just bad pencil marking. 7, 8, 9. All of those are valid, though, right? Because 5, 9, and 6, 7, yeah. But, okay, that's exciting because here, for example, we have all of our lows. And we know there's a middly digit in here, and we have 2 middly. So this is high, is what I'm going to say. Right? We have a high digit here. We have exactly 1 high digit in here. So this is a high digit. And high digits are going to pair with middly digits. So that's a 5, 6. This is a 7, 8, 9. I should probably, before I pencil mark these, actually make sure these sums make any sense at all. 6 can go next to 7, 8. 4 can only go next to 9. So if this was a 4, this would have to be a double 9, for example. Oh. Is that really true? One of these is definitely a 4. Okay, check me on this one, Helio. One of these digits is a 4. The 4 will have to go next to a double 9 to make 13. But if we make this 4, this is a double 9. Maybe that's okay, then that's an 8. LM, I was actually thinking about that this morning. That, like, what if I just went and did every single Blobz puzzle ever? Okay, this appears to be true, but I don't quite see the implications of it. Either this is a double 9 or this is a double 9. But that doesn't immediately seem useful. Helio said to look at row 1. So in row 1, we have a low, high. So there's no low digits in here, obviously. There's probably a maximum number in these 4 cages. Do you think, can we have a high digit in a 4 cage? 6, 8, yeah, you can. You can. I can't help it. I'm just drawn to Blobz puzzles. How can I resist? They're irresistible. Oh wait, did I? Oh, good grief. I marked it. I said I did a classic me thing and said the right thing, but marked the wrong thing. I'm sorry. That is an extremely me thing to do. This goes this way because we said it. We already had our full allotment. What a ridiculous thing to do. Helio, I just do those things to keep you on the ball. That's all. That's all. This will pair up. So this looks very suspicious to me. Three is definitely over here. Two is definitely over here. So all of our low digits are over here. Right? Because we have our full complement. We don't quite know the order of it, but I'm sure there's some sums we could be thinking about also along here. I know that we pencil marked all that, but this is, let's think about this for a second. Because this is, oh wait, we know this. There's a 4 in here for sure. This is a 6. And 6 can never go next to 9. So there's no 9s in there. So this digit, yeah, there's a middle digit here already. So this is high and this is high, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Is that fair to say? Oh, if I don't have 1s in here, it's probably not good. Well, yeah, okay. I think I'm about to come at the same thing from the opposite direction, but so the thing I was about to say is, like, could you have a 9 in here? The minimum of these 3 digits is 6. So you could never have a 9 in here. So that's definitely not 9. Now, if this is 1, 2, 3, if this is 1, 2, 3, that's 6, which could add 7 or 8. But as Helio is pointing out, if you don't include the 1, then this is 2, 3, 4. This would be 1. So the minimum of this would be 2 plus 3 plus 4, which is 9, which is not going to work with these. So we have to have the 1. So this is definitely a 1. We still need a 2 in this column. Somewhere. So well, there's no way there's a 6 in here, right? This is the minimum of this is 7 plus 1 is 8. Plus 2 is 10. So there's never a 6 in here. Right? 7, 8, 9, 10. There's no, yeah, 6. So that puts 6 in here, which means this is a 5. So this is a 6. And we know that 6s can't be next to 9, so this is a 9. And this does sum to 14, which is good news. Hopefully that's all correct. Strongly hope that is correct. 4 is in there. 6 is definitely here. So there's a 5 down here. Yeah, if this was 2, 3, 1, 6, 8 still works. I think you can actually have the 14 in here. 1, 2, 4 to be 7 plus 7 is 14. So I think that's, I think we don't quite know yet. This is, I mean, these are definitely from 2, 3, 4. Oops. These are definitely from 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4 is definitely in here. No, I'm sorry, that's not true at all. 4 could be here still. Oh yeah, there's stuff over here. Who knew? That's a 5. 5 plus 7 is only 12. So 5 actually has to go bent next to an 8, 9 pair. That's good to know. That's like sort of a German whisper-esque, because 5 plus 7 is 12. So 5 on a corner is pretty powerful. Could this be 5? I guess this could still be an 8, 9 pair if that's 5. So we get an 8, 9 pair here. So this just is 7. 7 plus 6 is 13, which is valid. That's 4, and we've said that 4 can only go with a 9. So this is our double 9. That's not a 4. That's not a 9. This is a 6. Both of these are valid because 6 plus 8 is 14. 6 plus 7 is 13. That means that's not a 6. So this is just also from 2, 3, 4. But it's not 3. Because, right, 3 is definitely over here. This can't be 4 because 4 would need double 9 here. So that is not 4. So this is a 5, 6 pair. So we need a digit that's going to sum with 5 and 6 to be 13 and 14. And I think that's only 8. Right? Oh, well, we already said 7s could never be here. Right? Because 7 doesn't have 2 ways to make 13, 14. So it's 8 or 9, but 9 plus 6 is 15. So that is the 8. We have a 7, 8 pair. Gosh, this is a 9. Yeah, it's too much. There's too much going on. There's a 7, 8 pair here, so this is a 9. And 9 sums with either 4 or 5, as we have discussed previously in our lives. That makes this middly. This is an 8, apparently. 8 plus 5 is valid. 8 plus 4 is not valid. That's only 12. So 8 plus 5 is 13, which my brain keeps trying to tell me is not valid. So we keep getting these repeats, I think, are fine. I think this do not repeat rule, I think this really only addresses the idea of double 7s, because I think it's only within the pairs. I hope that's true. 6 plus 9 is not valid, because that would be 15. So that is a 7, so that's an 8. So that's a 7. So we already have 9 here. So 4 would make this too much, because 4 plus 2 is 6. That's just much too much. 2, 3 is 5. 6 plus 8 is 14. That's the most it could be. So this is the 4. This is a 2, 3 pair. That's not a 5, but I can't remember what that remembers. 7 with double 6 is fine because it's 2 13s. 8 with double 6 is 2 14s. That is almost scary. But I guess that makes sense, the way that flanking works. We do finally get a 7 in here. 9, right. 9 can only work with 4 or 5. So 9's in here somewhere. In fact, 9's in here somewhere. 9 has to be added to 4 to get 13 or 5 to get 14, but we don't have the 4. So it's going to be 9, 5, but this can't be 5. So 9 can't go here. So this is a 9-5 pair. And that means this is 8, an 8-6 pair. And that's the 8 and that's the 6 to get 14. I kind of want to color the, this is fine because that's 13, that's 14. I think it's fine. That's 9, that's 8. It means this can't be 6 because 6 plus 9 would be 15. So that is a 5. So that's the 9, that's the 5. This is a 4. That sums to 13, which is okay. Seems like 5 goes here. 5 is a middly digit. High digits. You're a middly digit. It's all the middly digits. So we need 2. Yeah, 2, 3. Well, 4 in this box can only go here. We have a 2, 3 pair here, so this just is a 7. 5 plus 7 is 12, so this has to be either a 1 or a 2, and it can't be 1. So I think this is our 2, right? To some, that's 14 because we couldn't get 13 without the 1. That means this is 8, and that sums to 13. Oops, wrong color. So that seems okay. So you guys are happy. You're not a 2. It means there's definitely a 2 up here. There's definitely a 2 in here, but it's not, oops. It's definitely not in the domino. Oh, in a 3 cage, you can't have 1 and 2 in the same cage, right? Because that would only be 3, and then you'd need a 10. So but I guess we still don't know. What a tragic tale. It feels like there's a way to understand that. I'm just not seeing it. There is the other half of the 1 of the 3s in here. Rude. Sorry, Helio. It's a bummer. It's not a reminder that I enjoy. This appears to be a... No. I'm sorry. This could be a 4. So the remaining digits here are... We still need our 2s and 3s. So this is 2, 3, 4, which is insane that is not resolved in some way, but I guess it's because of this 4 X-wing. Oh, well, okay, but this, we get this because again, we have 2 highs and there's a high in here. So this is definitely not high and it's not low. So this is explicitly middly. That isn't 5. So this just is 4. 4 can only go next to 9 in the world. So we need the other half of the 2, 3, and we need a 5. 2, 3, 5 over here, right? And that's not the 5 because this 5 sees it. These digits are explicitly low. So we need one more low digit in here. And one more low digit in here. Oh, this just is the 5. That's middly. So this just is the 2, 3. The 1 was there. This must sum to 9. So how am I going to do that? I need this to sum to 4. Right? I have a 5, I need 9. This must sum to 4. And the only way to make 4... Oh, this could be double 2. Never mind. I was about to say this could only be 1, 3, but I think that's not true. Because this could be 2 double... Yeah, I think that could be double 2. That was almost a... Okay, what's in here is 7 and 6... 6, 7, which is 13, which is fine. So that's the 7, that's the 6. You are high. We still have our weird colors from the other day. You are middly. So We need a middle. We need one of each over here. This is not low. There's explicitly a low digit in here. That digit is not a 2. That digit is absolutely a 1 or a 3. 3 feels like it has some options. We've used, this is a low-high pair. Egg fried cheese, how's it going? Okay, we have all of our middlies. This is definitely a low-high pair, but this digit sees every high digit. Right? It sees 7, 8, 9, it sees 5, 6, 4. So this is low, and that means that this can only be a high digit. Sudoku, I refuse to do that. I'm not doing that. We already have all our middly digits. There's no 7. 7 can't go in here, right? If I try to put a 7 here, I'm already at 15, and that's no good for anybody. And it's not middly, so this is low. What a shock. Which means this is the 7. Can't believe you tried to get me to do. Oh no, I didn't mean to have that open. Oops. There's shocking things going on in the Lo-Fi Girl canon. The Lo-Fi Girl just got up and left her desk. She went outside for a while. Life is yours. Lo-Fi Girl is outside. Welcome, Helio. Wait, did I do what? What did I do? Did I go outside? Let's just check in on Lo-Fi Girl. Lo-Fi Boy, I think, was also going outside. They made like an interactive. Is it over? There's a big deal this morning. Lo-Fi Girl. Maybe the live stream. I don't know how YouTube works. How do you see a live stream if there is a live stream? Maybe it's over. Is Lo-Fi Girl back home? Lo-Fi Girl got up, left her desk, went outside, and not only that, it was an interactive experience. Yeah, I think this is a lie. Well, I don't know. There was like a live stream this morning where Lo-Fi Girl got up, went outside, sat in the park for a while. And wait a second. No, she's back. You can see like even in that photo she wasn't at her desk. Synthwave Boy also went outside, which was a shock, but I guess they're just back home now? I don't know. What was live? Oh, is this new? Is peaceful piano music, is that new? And dark ambient radio? Are these new? Lo-Fi Girl has a new channel? Very confused. Anyway, the thing that was kind of interesting about it is it was an interactive story. Like you could vote what she would take with her. You could like, it was a channel poll to like, does she take her water with her when she goes outside? I don't know if it actually like affected the animation. I didn't have the patience to do it. But anyway, major happenings in the Lo-Fi Girl world. Pretty shocking. Okay, so this is fine because this is 8 plus 6 is 14. So that is a-okay. We are missing an 8 in this column, which has to be here. So these digits either need to sum to 5 or 6. I mean, we can probably just do Sudoku now. I just don't want to. Obviously, I'm resisting it. This is just the rest of this 2, 3, 4 triple. It's not a 3. So this is 2 or 4. This is either 10. Well, this is not a 2. Because if this was a 2, that'd be 10. No. It could be. We could still have it. I was for some reason thinking we couldn't have a 3, or we can't have a 4 here, but I think we can still have a 3. So never mind. False. There are 2 low digits here, but they're not in the same cage. Maybe they are. This digit is from 2, 4, 7. Okay. So this digit just sees every single thing because it sees 1, doesn't see 2, it sees 3, sees 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that just is a 2. And I think I said that we couldn't have 1 in this cage, because if that was true, that would be a 3. And then what would this digit be? It'd have to be 10 or 11. So I think that means that this has to be the 1. This is the 4. This is the 7. This is the 3. There's no 3 up here. These digits are low digits. These digits are high digits. That is a very middly digit. That's not a 4, so it's low, which means that's all the low digits. So this is 4, it's middly. Alternate ways to see that. That is a 3, a 2, a 1. So this is just going to unwind all of our... I should actually be paying attention to the sums as I do this. I'm going to be so sad if the sums break. That places the 4 here, I think, which means this is middly, and this is not ambiguous. You're not a 1. You're not a 4. Oh, in the history, you're right. It could have been this history. Life is yours. I miss you. I needed... we got to get back. We got to make things falling apart. But have a good night. Life is yours is a grown-up man now. He was yay tall when he first started watching the streams a few years ago. It's upsetting how long ago that's been at this point. It's been like basically half his entire life. He was an infant baby child. This is only a 6. Uh-oh. Oh wait, we're fine. I didn't notice we still have some. So this is 5, 1, 6. This is the 3, and that should untangle everything else. Okay. That was great. Blobz, what an interesting... I love this weird entropy line. This weird entropic line was so charming. I feel so charmed. All of the restrictions in this puzzle are really interesting. I love that it almost had like, vaguely whispery logic with stuff like I'm just trying to imagine. It's almost like a weird whisper sums puzzle or something. Thank you. Okay. My intention had previously only been to just solve this puzzle and be done. However, some dangerous part of myself, and by that I mean a part of me that is dangerous to me, wants to try that heliogenetics puzzle. But that's going to be hard on everyone. It's going to be hard for me to do. It's going to be hard for anyone to have the patience to watch it in the future, and it's going to be hard for Helio to see me destroy such a puzzle. We should go mark. This one is actually published. Blobz has puzzles in the hopper to be published for like over 2,000 years. Hate Death of the Universe, there will still be Blobz puzzles showing up on Logic Masters. It's very nice. Wait, is that true? Wait a second. Is that a reasonable thing to say to another human? Danger delayed is danger avoided. Is that... I'm very torn. I can't decide if that is wise or terrible advice. Danger delayed is danger avoided. I've never heard that before. All right, in the new year, I'm trying to comment on puzzles when I solve them, even though I'm so uncomfortable commenting on the internet. But I'll do it for Blobz. Is that a reasonable... Beautiful Logic and Rainbow Heart. We'll go with that. I'm embarrassed already. Okay, Helio, should I do that? Is that puzzle published? Is that a published puzzle? It's on the Discord, right? Okay, justice delayed is justice denied. Makes much more sense. Okay, that's fair. But I'm trying to decide if you were accidentally extremely wise. I don't know how to, because there is kind of the wisdom of like that wisdom of like avoiding harm, like I know there's a term for that is eluding me at the moment. But it's like, oh, is that ooh, false tautology. What is all this? What is all of these? How are people just too scared of all of these? Is that what's going on? Are you terrifying everyone with all of your puzzles? So we're not rated yet because everyone's too afraid. That's fair. Okay. I won't accuse you of wisdom. Oh my gosh, this puzzle hurts my feelings already because I already know there's 3 different things I want to color. We obviously need to do the shading for the Viking voyage, but every one of these digits is going to have 2 properties that I would also probably want to shade. False tautology of proper hard. Uh-oh. It doesn't look hard. It looks easy. This looks very easy. I don't know. How could this possibly be hard? What are these ghost psycho look and say puzzles? Okay, oh boy. I'll do that on my own time. Okay, I'm willing to try this, although good grief, I'm daunted just by reading the rules. So we have Sudoku. We have Viking Voyage. Shade some cells, islands, such that the unshaded cells form an orthogonally connected area with no loops for no 2x2 group of cells is either fully shaded or unshaded. Different parts of the sea may touch diagonally. Checkerboards are allowed. Note that islands do not need to connect to the edge of the grid. The given digit is C. Great. Good to know. A digit X in a cage points to the second digit Y, located X cells away, the number in the top, etc., etc. Yeah, the sum of X, Y. So that's all good news. Remote sums we know how to do. Both digit X and digit Y are C. So all of the boxes are C digits, and the given digit is C. Oh boy. It's also sightlines. The digit X also counts how many C cells, including itself, can be seen orthogonally from that position. Islands obstruct views. And then this is where you break my heart. Each digit has 2 properties. The first property is being shaded or unshaded, according to Viking voyage rules. Great. The second property is being prime or composite. 1 is grouped with the prime digits, so it technically isn't prime. So you're violating the rules of mathematics here. Each cell that is directly connected, etc., 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 is a child. Each child takes a property of one parent, taking the other property of the other parent. So you get your C-ness from one parent and your primeness from the other. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 is the primes. Okay, I feel like I understand the rules, but I'm not happy about them. We do know this is C. The given digit is C. And we know that the digit X and Y are C. So X is in a cage. So these are all C digits. Okay, I appreciate that. I do love, this is a beautiful looking puzzle. I really like this Elden Ring rune you've created here. Okay, C-ness. Great. All right, we have so many things to remember. C, all C digits must touch. And there are no 2x2s of sea or island. Checkerboards are allowed and islands don't have to touch the edge. This is the debacle. But in these X sums, very low digits and very high digits are our friends. 10s is the worst thing that's ever happened to us. 9 is actually probably the worst, but this means this song is stressing me out. Is Chrome broken? Okay, so there's always 2 digits that will sum to whatever the number in the corner of the cage is, X and Y. And so in this case, we know that X and Y are 1 and 3, right? Because 2 is not going to be able to look 2 cells away and see another 2. So that is the only way to make a 4. A 5 can only be made with 1, 2, 3, or 4, because it's either 1 digit away there will be a 4, or 2 digits away there will be a 3, or whatever. 3 digits away there'll be a 2, 4 digits away there'll be a 1, so on. In terms of very high digits, it's not tremendously easy to make 14 in a Sudoku puzzle. It's either 6, 8, or 5, 9. 13 has a lot more options, unfortunately. But it's a little more restricted than that, actually, because the digits, as we learned from the previous puzzle, the digits that can be used to make a 13 are not 1, 2, 3. They're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. But if I try to put a 4 in here, it's a really interesting rule set. It's just slightly terrifying. And Domino Trails is one of my absolute favorite series of puzzles. Before the Yin Yang Sightlines, Domino Trails were probably my favorite. The problem is I just haven't done them in so long. It's going to be a sad story. Oh, by the way, okay, we know some other things. Gosh, sorry. Let me finish this, and then obviously this isn't a 1. Because these are also sightlines. Right? Like the this, we already see at least 2, right? Because these are sightlines. The digit X counts how many C cells, including itself, can be seen. So this just is a 3. Okay, thank you for reminding me of the puzzle I was doing. It also means that this is never a 1. Anyway, well, that's funny here too, though, right? Because 5, I now realize I've gotten extremely distracted from the thing I was just talking about, but 5 would have to sum with a 9, meaning that 5 digits away is a 9, which is fine, but 9 would mean that there can never be a 9 here. Can there ever be a 9 here? There can never be a 9 in a cage. That's what I was about to start talking about up here, but I think it applies here as well, right? We can never have a 9 in a cage because with remote sums, it means we need a digit that is X cells away. And in fact, 8s can only be on the perimeter, right? Because 8 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So none of these digits are 8 or 9. That's obviously not 5. Is that true? Am I saying things that are true? Hope I am. This still could be 7 away. Tragically. Okay, this means there is that 3 away, there is a 1. 1, 2, 3. Oh, cool. Oh, this is nice. This is nice already. I apologize in advance for butchering this puzzle, but if I'm understanding this correctly, that means that 3 digits away, there's a 1. Right? So 1, 2, 3, that's not a 1. 1, 2, 3, that's not a 1. So 1, 2, 3, that is a 1. Right? Right? Also means the number of C digits that I see. Two C digits together. Oh my gosh. A phone call from Longmont, Colorado. I don't know what that even... Never heard of it. Suspicious. Okay, so... I got a digit. I have 2 digits, in fact. This puzzle is basically finished. So this is... Okay, and the thing that I'm not even thinking about yet is... Like, oh boy. This digit, for example, is getting its primeness from somewhere. Right? It's inheriting its primeness. So one of these digits are from the prime family. I don't think that's worth notating at this moment, but it's something that we will be thinking about. So right now we haven't really reduced anybody to... we have composite prime mixtures in all of this, but we've got to remember there's 2 traits that we care about, and one of them is C-ness. And like, for example, it's hard to say right now, am I inheriting primeness from here, or am I inheriting C-ness from here? And I don't think we know. It does mean that one of these is seafaring. At least one of them. Oh, right. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, sorry, am I getting... Are you serious? That is very frustrating. Oh my gosh, really? Okay, I'm not going to comment on that. Customer service, let's call it bad. Okay, so, sorry. X and Y are C, which is explicitly stated in subsection 3, article 4, addendum 7 of the rule set, right? Where is that? Yes, X and Y are C. So this is C. My apologies. So, what do we think about now? I feel like these digits are not going to be tremendously useful. This digit sees at least 2. Like, you know, this digit could inherit primeness or compositeness. Could get its C-ness from here. Wait, you have an internal Markov chain? Are you just spewing out words? That's how it's mostly how I communicate. It's just stringing one word after the other. It's not good. Not a good situation. So I'm just trying to think about what I think is useful to consider. The composite digits are comparatively rare. The thing I don't quite have my head wrapped around. Oh, Jojo, how's it going? I'm in trouble. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Jojo and Skojo. You've come at a dangerous time. We just finished a blob puzzle that was really beautiful. It was like a secret entropy puzzle. And now Helio I'm in a bad way here. Yeah, Helio, you may be shocked to learn this. Jobo puzzles, hello as well. Yeah, man, this puzzle. I knew I shouldn't do this. Some people like formulate a concept in their mind and then express that concept as words. It's there's definitely the biggest problem is going to be me forgetting rules. That's not true. The biggest problem is I'm going to make some silly mistake because that's what I do. But I want to think about, I do want to think about restrictions of these because they're not outrageously restricted, but they are modestly restricted. It's obviously not 1, 2, or 3. Or 8 or 9 because of the sight lines. Gotta remember the sight lines. Good heavens. Okay, getting so many notifications. Okay, so I just gonna think through this for a second in a very silly way. So we know this is not 1 because 1's never in there. Well, also the sum doesn't work. It's 12, so 1 and 2 are just nonsensical anyway. It sees a 3, so it's not a 3. For this to be a 4, it would mean that 8 digits away. Sorry, it could be an 8 or 9. I said that backwards. The 4 would need to see an 8. 8 digits away. No. I'm sorry. I'm saying this backwards. I'm saying this so backwards. 9 is the index. I'm already falling apart. 9 would mean that we need a 3 that's 9 digits away. Am I saying that backwards? This digit says how far we're looking, right? That's what X is, how far we're looking. Which means this is instantly not 8 or 9, right? Is that true? Rad dude, is the tomato really bad? Some of that is just Twitch. I'm in low latency mode, but some of that unfortunately is just the amount of latency that your particular stream has. It can really vary. Like different people in different parts of the world may have very extremely slow tomatoes. Okay, so I don't know if that's very helpful. But we'll have similar restrictions here, although down here I think we could have a 3. So we're obviously not 1, 2, and we're not 8 or 9. But 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is kind of possible, right? 3 would mean that 3 digits away there was a 9. Which seems within the realm of possibility. 7 would mean... 7 would mean that there's a 5 exactly here. And then 11 is going to be even less cool. These digits just hurt my feelings. So, we haven't really thought very hard about the C. We need an orthogonally connected area. We have to remember checkerboards are okay. Checkerboards are okay in this puzzle. 2 by 2 is not okay. We also have to remember that islands don't have to touch the edge. Unshaded cells from an orthogonally connected area with no loops. It's been a long time since I've been a domino puzzle, so I feel like I'm kind of forgetting the domino rules too, unfortunately. What I was hoping is that we could like primify, compositify one of these. Probably can think about this a little bit, right? Can we? I gotta wrap my head around what I think these values actually are. Yeah, which makes sense. They're very extreme. So the ones that are like sort of middling don't feel very useful to me. I mean, maybe I will eat my words eventually. But this one could even be 8 with a 2. That's not how math works. It could be 8 with a 3 here. So really this is not 1 or 9, but it could also be a 2. So this is just too much. It's too much. Oh yeah, so these are, let me scroll up to that, the relevant part of the rules. So those are remote sums. So this means that in this case, for example, this digit 3 digits away from here is a digit that sums with 3 to make 4. So in this case, it's this 1. So this 3, this is the X, this is the Y in this particular situation. Which feels like we can start to narrow this down. It's just going to hurt my brain. So for example, looking at this would be the 4 and the 4. So this would have to be, it would have to be an 8 here or here. There's obviously not an 8 there. So if this is 4, this would have to be 8. If this was 5, this would, one of these two would have to be 7, which seems fine. If this is 6, then this is broken. This is not 6. Because, yeah, of course not. This is not 6. If these are even, they can't be 1/2 of the number. If this is 6, it means 6 digits away is another 6. So that's not 6. And this is not 6. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Celia. Let me pen that. Excuse me. Okay, so that's not a 6 because that would be... Does that help us anywhere else? It means this is not a 5. It means this is not a 7, which no one ever thought that it was. It does mean this is not a 5 or a 3 or a 1 or a 9 or an 8. This one's not good. Did we think this could be a 7? It can only be a 7 if it's a 5 at the extreme. Which means one of those would be 5, which that would never be. So 4 couldn't look this way. 5 could, though. I'm going to say we almost knew that this was Y, but this could be Y, right? Or sorry, that's not true at all. That this or this was Y, but we knew Y would be in the column, not the row, but it seems like it could still actually be. 2 would need a, if this was 2, it means 2 digits away we'd have to have a 3, which is obviously not there or there. So 2 would have to be there. If this is a 3, then 3 digits away we would have to have a 2. Seems sort of reasonable. If this was 4, oh, this isn't 4. It's not 4 because 1, 2, 3, 4 is not a 1, and 1, 2, 3, 4 is not a 1. So this is not 4. So that's only 2 or 3, which is cool because we consider 2 and 3 are prime digits. Hopefully I did that correctly. Does that check out? That this can only be 2 or 3? 5 could be 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's obviously not 1. We said that it couldn't be 4. So we're saying this can only be 2 or 3, which are both prime. So this is a prime C digit. This digit is prime C in terms of the genetic rules that we have barely even considered. Now, if this were, we've said that either this or 3 for the 2 to work, which obviously isn't there, or we've said that this or this are 2, which seem like reasonable people would say that. Reasonable humans would say that. So we have our first prime. Well, this is prime and this is prime. So we have several primes. Would you suggest that I mark that? Is that worth marking, or should I just understand that some numbers are prime and some numbers are not prime? I mean, obviously the C is going to be marked, but is it worth marking primeness? Numbers are not diagonal from the cages. They always index orthogonally. So it's always just in like cardinal. Wait, does cardinal directions include diagonal? That's not what I should say. Orthogonal. Sorry, excuse me for one moment. I'll be right back. There's a weird horizontal stripe on that. Oops, wasn't kind of diagonal. Excuse me. Falling apart over here. Hi, it's me. Let's go back to the puzzle. So, is it worth marking primeness independently of just seeing that numbers are prime? I'm going to say no for the moment. This digit is providing primeness and C-ness. The problem is Do we really think this could be 7? It'd be cool to rule 7 out of here, because then we would know that we were getting our compositeness from here, right? So what we're saying is that if this is 7, then this or this is 6. But that seems kind of fine. Screaming Ice Cube, how's it going? 6 away. Oh. Am I making things way harder than they should be? Is this a 6? I'm saying that if this is a 6, that's 6 digits away, there's an 8, right? If I put a 6 here, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's not working. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is clearly not an 8. So this is definitely a 5. Is that true? Yeah, this rule set is out of control. Helio's lost it. This can't be 6. Because it can't go in any of these directions. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 8. And this number is not 9. So this is 5, right? So that's not a 5. That means 5 is over here. So this is another wet prime. Are you giving me, am I just not paying attention to, are you trying to tell me something? Okay, that was the most extreme of the extreme cages, right? That was the most extreme cage. But we've got these semi-extreme cages. Now we said that this could be a 7. Uh-oh. We also got quite a few primes in the in row 5, right? It's gonna so mess me up because I'm gonna start thinking of this as like evens and odds, because it almost is evens and odds, but like with a foreign exchange program. It's like the evens traded 2 for 9. Okay, sorry. So we said this could be a 7 because those could work, and we said presumably this could be a 7. Those are 6s. For this to be a 7, for this to be a 7, this would have to be a 6. And that would mean that 5 digits away from this, no, sorry, 6 digits away from this would be a 5. Which would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If this is a 7, then this is a 6. And this is a 5. So you could be inheriting primeness. But, oh boy. I'm sure there's just a low-hanging, simple fruit that I'm overlooking. I like the 6s again. So, oh yeah, we should probably think about 6s. 6s are indexing here. Right? So that means either this or this is a 7. If this is a 6, then one of those two is a 7. If this is a 7, then 7 digits away, there must be a 5. It's not there, so it'd be a 5 here. If this was 6, if this was the 7, that would be 6, 7, and then 7 digits away would be a 5, which couldn't be here, which would be here. So we're saying one of these is a 5? Did I still not think enough about the extreme? No, I didn't. I didn't. Oh my gosh, I definitely didn't. Okay. Well, okay, sorry, let me think of the very roundabout stuff I'm in the middle of thinking. But basically, this is... Now one of those would be 5. Okay, that doesn't really help anything. Never mind, not relevant. Sorry, we didn't actually do this. This means we have to have a 9 5 digits away. We didn't actually finish, we didn't do Y. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? This is 9 because it couldn't be. This is 9. That means that this. Oh my God, but 9 is composite. Sorry, Radid, you're asking. Yes, the 9. Yes, the thing that I just totally overlooked. 9 would be, you said row 5, column 7. Yes. Which is not index, but it means, but that's like the worst case scenario because we don't know if both of these were prime, for example, we would know that this had to be prime, but this has one composite parent. I'm going to really screw that up. This has one composite parent and one prime parent. If this was 4, this could not be 9. If this was 4, this could be 9. Are we talking about this? Am I missing something here? Are we ready for genetics? Oh my God, this is, oh my gosh. Y is also C. Y is also C. Y is also C. These are both C. So no matter what, this is C. Is that true? We can only inherit C-ness or islandness in both of these parents because this is an X and this is a Y. So this has to be C. Is that a true statement? And we have to avoid a 2 by 2. So this is island. Let's make the islands this sandy color. Right? We can't have 2 by 2s in either color. Yeah. You have compositeness and C-ness. One of these at least is C, and one of these at least is compositeness. Okay, that's exciting. What do we know about this? Very little. I still, okay, I feel like there's, maybe I'm wrong about this. It feels like I'm missing something here. Feel it in my entire bones. Like 6 or 7 in here forces this to be like a 6-7 pair, basically. If this is 7, this is 6. If this is 6, this is 7. 4 here would force a 9 here. 5 here would force an 8 here. That seems not painfully... Oh, okay. This is island. So, where can this 4 look? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't index an island, and 4 needs an 8. So this is not 4. Which means this is now prime. So this is now wet and prime. Sightlines. I'm going to be honest with you. I forgot there were sightline rules in this puzzle. Just forgot all about it. Forgot it. Well, that's a shock. So this RDC's 3. So this is, okay, that's not 4, which I'm going to just pretend is important. This RDC's 3. Did you know this was a sightline puzzle? And that means this is also sandy beach. Just shock to everyone. And this, we need to inherit our wetness from somewhere, and this is not wet. So this must be wet. So we're getting our wetness from here, which means we have to get our compositeness from here. And the composite digits are 4, 6, 8, 9. Is that right? We're not getting our wetness from here, so this has to be our compositeness. So this is 4, 6, 8, 9. It's not 9. So this is only 4, 6, or 8. This can be anything because it's where we get our wetness. We need to get Rad dude, my preference is, I know you're new, it's no problem, but my preference is not explicit explicit numbers. It's just more like, hey, look over here, or a tomato, if you don't mind. Okay, so that is restricted. We see 5 digits here, which we're gonna need to see more. Yeah, okay, we gotta think about this, actually. That gets kind of weird. Right, okay. Maybe that's not true. I was just thinking, like, we're gonna have to look this way. Right? This needs to see 5 at a minimum. So 1, 2, 3, 4, this has to be, doesn't this have to be wet? Somehow I got disconnected from chat. Now I'm reconnected from chat. I don't know what happened. This digit, even if this is wet, and this is wet, and this is wet, and this is wet, that is only 4 wets, and we need a minimum of 5 wets. So that is wet. So this has to be a 3? This suddenly doesn't feel right. Is this right? I'm now afraid. This, we can't not have this be wet. Can we? And then that just already sees 3, which means these are all dirt. This can never see 7. Maybe that's what you were saying, Red Dude. Makes me think of bad dudes. I'm bad. The first like synthesized voice I ever heard in my life. This digit can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It can never see 7. So it is a 5. So you're inheriting. Okay, that's not 5. This digit is inheriting islandness from here. Right? It's not inheriting, it's inheriting primeness from here. So this digit is 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Not 3. Is that correct? Is this feeling good about this? Also, this 3 has to index a 2. 3 digits away. And this 5 has to index 7 somewhere. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So that'd be either 7 there or 1, 2, 3, 4. So one of those digits is a 7. Is that true? One of those digits is 7, but I don't think I know which one. 3 means 3 digits away. We have to index a 2. 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 is not possible. So one of these digits is a 2. Well, that doesn't feel... I hesitate to pencil mark that. But maybe I should. You see your 3. This already sees 3, so it's at least 4. Could be 4. It's not 5. Could be 6, 7, 8. It's not 9. So it's relatively high. Right, this could be anything because we're inheriting compositeness from here. Right, so this, we've got to inherit our primeness from one and our wetness from the other. So one of these is wet. I think I lost the thread. Oh, this is 3. 1, 2, 3. This is also island. Which means these can't all be wet, whatever that's worth. Checkerboards are allowed in this puzzle. One of you people is Sandy. I feel like I'm being very slow. Oh, these are both wet. We've got 2 wets, and everyone knows 2 wets makes a right. Right? These are both wet, no matter what. One of them is composite. One of them is prime. I don't know if we fully know that yet. Rad Dude says don't. Okay, so we'll look at row 2. Fournesses. Well, this 4 is rolled. 4 is not looking that way. And 6 is not looking that way, and 7's not looking. So this is indexing down, right? Seven can't look at this island. 6 doesn't sum correctly. So this index is down. So it's either 1, 2, 3, it's 4, 6, or 7 is where we're indexing here. So 4 would need a 9 here. This is the same. Okay, both of these have this weird property. One of these is definitely 6, 7. Well, sorry, one of these is definitely 6 or 7, but the 6, 7 has the weird property of it's almost like it's looking at there's a pair, in other words, right? Because 13, we're going to make 13 out of 6, 7. So one of these is definitely a 6, 7 pair, which lives in the depths. If this is 7, this is definitely a 6. If this is 6, this is a 7. If this is 4, this is 9. Similarly, if this is 4, this is 9. If this is 6, this is 7. If this is 7, this is 6. Does that mean... I think it doesn't. Red Dude, I have that same problem of where you start counting. We're 1 indexed, not 0 indexed. Maybe let's get inundated with message suddenly. If this is 3, it's not indexing there. Be indexing here only, and it would have to be a 9. That sort of seems okay right this minute. Maybe this, I don't know, it feels like indexing is not necessarily the thing to think about. I feel like we're making progress thinking about shading and a little bit about genetics. We do know there's a 5 in here. We know that we've got to get wetness from one of these, and we know that we have to get primeness from one of these. We've got all your wets. Oh, okay, sorry, never mind. I had an incorrect thought that I won't even say because it's embarrassing. So don't mind me. It almost feels like got a lot of prime digits. I'm sorry, this is not prime, it's composite. Never mind. There's 3 prime digits. And this digit, this digit's a bit restricted, right? This digit could be a 2, but it's not 1 or 3. It could be a 4, it's not a 5. This is just sightline, right? If it doesn't have a digit, it's not indexing anything. Because how would it? Or is it? If they don't have numbers, are they still indexing in terms of there being an X and Y that get color? I hadn't considered that. Which is really, it's only these 2 cages, right? Are these doing any indexing? Digit X in a cage points to a second digit located Y cells away, vertically or horizontally. So these are indexing. Just in terms of C-ness, like these are gonna index a C cell. They are still remote sums and still sightlines. Okay, that is useful to know. We just don't know what the sum is, but it does tell us, it will tell us some C-ness. Sorry, so that was 2, 4, it's not 5. Could be 6, 7, it's not 6, 7, 8, 9. The reason I wanted to see that is if, okay, but that's fine. Just because 6, 7, and 8, 6, 7, and 8 are all valid because they're all C, they're all aquatic digits, right? So this, what I was trying to do, which was a fool's errand, was I was trying to rule some things out based on knowing that this had to index seawater and knowing that 6, 7, and 8 can't look up. So 6, 7, and 8 can only look here, but those are all wet. Similarly, this, we don't know about the wetness of this, but these are 2. Those are both happily wet. This digit's definitely wet, right? This digit has 2 wet parents, so it is wet, and that means this is sandy. Checkerboards are allowed in this puzzle, right? So don't get too excited. Just trying to decide if I thought this could be a 6-7 pair without the 4. Like, I think it can. Can this be a 6-7 pair? Because yeah, that just makes like 6, 7 or something. Rad, you said to look at 6s, so let me look at 6s. So we said this 6 is definitely not indexing this way. This 6 is certainly not indexing. Both of these 6s are indexing down. If this is a 6, this is a 7. Which then the 7 would need a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, sorry, the 7 will need a 5 there, which is not valid, but could have a 5 here. So if this is 6, this is 7, 3, 4, 5. This becomes 7. And then to make 12, we need 5, which could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm sorry. Ugh. This is 6, this is 7, this is 5. And then a 5 is here or here. If this is 6, this is 7, and then everything is okay. Maybe I'm missing... I'm not understanding. In both cases, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This could be 6, 7, 5, I think. Or it could be weirdly 7, 6, 5. That's why I was kind of trying to. If we knew that this was a 6, 7 pair, we'd know that there was a 5 here or here. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that what you're trying to say? Sorry. If this is a... Okay, hang on. If this is a 7, this is a 6. And if this is a 6, where does the 5 go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if this is a 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 6. So then if this is a 6, we have to place a 5, 6 away, which could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which would be valid. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that would be the only way. That'd be the only place to put it. But that could be a 5. I apologize if I am not seeing it. We know this index is down. Do we know this index is down? I think it does. They both definitely index down. So if there is a 4, then one of these is definitely 9. But I don't... Oh, these are both wet. Oh my gosh, why am I not seeing this stuff? These are both wet digits. This is a wet digit. 2 wets make a also wet. This digit could be either, because it could inherit. Right now we have some prime and some composite. Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. What is this shanty? What? Okay, this shanty. Okay, I ignored this earlier. Do I need to stop ignoring things? This needed a 2, 3 digits. Oh! Sorry. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, but we can't index deserts. It's an island. It's a desert island now. Sorry. 3 needs a 2 to make the 5. 1, 2, 3. It can't be on the dirt. So that is 1, 2, 3. So this is a wet 2. Is that? I feel like I should mark the ones I've actually considered. Would that be a wise choice? This 3 has a 2. This 5 has a 9. This 3 has a 1. This 5 does not yet have a buddy. I think those are it's a very aggressive marking. How's that? There are also sightlines. Don't forget that they're also sightlines. You'd be foolish to forget that. I already forgot about it. This already sees, good grief, 1, 2, 3, 4, but we must see 5. So this is wet, right? Is that true? 5 sees 1, 2, 3, 4. We have to have a 5th. It can only be there. That is a wet digit. Sogging. No 2x2s. No 2x2s means that this is dirt. This digit must get its wetness from somewhere, so this is wet. This This digit must get its dirtness from somewhere, and it's not there, so this is dirt. Hilo, you would tell me if I made a terrible mistake, right? This is a double dirt digit, so this is dirt. Double dirt. We have to, these have to be wet. We have to get our wetness out because the seam must be orthogonally connected, right? From an orthogonally connected area, the C can only be orthogonally connected if these are both wet. True? True statement? Maybe. This person is wet and that is dry, so you must be wet. Uh-oh, did I make it? What did I do? Did I make a mistake? What have I done? Am I just not doing this, indexing the 7? Is that why we're mad? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a 2, so this no longer looks this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for a very wet 7, which means that we have indexed this now. We have to remember these are indexing, these are X's. Important to recall. This digit gets its wetness from here, right? So it must get its primeness from here. So we must give it primeness from here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, right? Because it's not getting wetness from there. This digit is getting dirtness from here. So from here, it is getting primeness, but these are already prime. So that hurt my feelings. This digit is getting dirtness from here, so it must get compositeness from here, because these are all composite digits. So this is 4, 6, 8, 9. True? True statement. This digit gets its primeness from here and its wetness from here. This digit is getting its wetness from here. Who knows what it gets from there? This digit is getting its wetness from here. So from here, it must get its primeness. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. And it's not 1 and it's not 3. This digit gets its wetness, but we don't know where it gets its wetness, so we don't know if it's prime or composite. A real shame. No 2x2s. No 2x2s, but checkerboards are allowed. Checkerboards are allowed. Encouraged, even. This 10 is a teeny tiny bit restricted. It already sees 2. It could never be a 9. And it also, it can't have, okay, let's just do this. Let's just think about it for a minute. This digit is obviously not 3, 5, or 7. It's not 1, because it's cage, and sees 2 anyway. 9 will never, means we'd be trying to index a digit 9 away. This can't be 8 or 9, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the maximum, but it's not 7, so it's 8 or 9. It wasn't, yeah. This is only 2, 4, or 6, and that means that If it is a 2, then one of these, then this digit would be an 8. If it is a 4, it couldn't look there. So this digit would have to be a 6. And if it was a 6, it couldn't go that way. So these are all indexing west. Cheerful JMB, thanks for stopping by. Have a great class. This puzzle is amazing. This is very hard. Mainly just to like keep everything in my brain. Anyway, I think this doesn't index up because it can't be 2 up, can't be 4 up, and 6 up is the wrong digit. So we're always indexing west. Can it be 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If this is a 6, then this is a 4, and there has to be an 8 4 away. Seems okay. So at this moment, this digit seems happy. I'm sure there's some other thing I'm forgetting. I don't like this song. I'm gonna skip it, and then we're gonna finish this puzzle. So, it feels like there's more inheritance to do. Red dude says, look at row 9. I haven't even thought of row 9. Guess we could pencil mark these even though I hate them. Okay, let's just go through the party. There's never 1s in a cage, and 9s are never X. That's also not a 3. But there's tens of thousands of digits here. I hate them. It's too many digits. We already did all those indexes. We haven't done these. I feel confident they index down. I haven't really thought very hard about this one. 3 would need a 9. It just feels like there's so little. There's so little to go on down here. You're saying row 9, column 6. So this one specifically. So definitely can't be a 3. If it's a 4, that would have to be a 5. That's true. That is true. It can't be 4. That is good. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 would have to go with a 5, which is ruled out. It's not 4. Yeah, that's cool. That is good spot. We probably will need to be thinking more about that. Like this thing where you have sort of 2 vantage points, but you're going to see somebody that is effectively diagonal to you based on how you have. It's almost like you get diagonal visibility from the hypotenuse of the triangle you are making. That's what this puzzle is really missing. It feels like we should know more. Yeah, these are both wet. Yeah, okay, we got to pay attention here. These are both wet. This is wet. That means this is not wet. This digit is wet, so it has to get its wetness from somewhere, which is here. I do love a puzzle, a coloring puzzle. This digit could be either. This digit, we don't quite know. We almost know, but not really quite know. I mean, we probably do know. I should say I don't know. We have the whole family tree over here colored, which is fun. I probably need to reevaluate the dirt situation. Just because I've been placing dirt, it feels possible that dirt placement has affected our indexing. I should have paid attention to that while I was doing dirt stuff, but you know, sometimes it's hard to do dirt stuff. Just to like think on the diagonal situation, rule 7 out of here, but not necessarily out of here. Although this is kind of funny because putting a 7 here, like this could still be a 4. Could almost rule 7 out. Oh, there, but I don't think you quite can. 3 away. That's 4 away. That's 5 away. Should be 4s there. This is never 6 away. And never 6 away because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is dirt. Could be 7 away. No, can't be. 7 can't look this way, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which would have to be a 2, which it's not. And then 8 is dirt. So that's actually much more restricted than I thought. Rad Dude, thank you for making me look there. I did not sufficiently consider. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 can't go there because that's dirt. Helios giving me bafflingly cryptic stories. Oh, sorry. I just want to think through this for a second, just in terms of the 7s versus. So either there's a 7 here. That's not true. I'm sorry. Yeah, you know it is true. Either there's a 7 here, which is obviously not here. But if this is 2, because 7 couldn't be here or here. If this is 2, then this is a 7. But then we have to put a 5. No. We have to put a 4, 7 away. Whatever I said here previously was, I think, not true. But, okay, sorry. Let's really try to think through this. If this is a 2, this is a 7. And then I have to put a 4, 7 away. I think earlier I said the wrong number. I have to put a 4, 7 away, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that could be, and then that 4 would need a 9. That was 4 away. It feels very close. This could only be an 8. Oh, well, we can reduce this. This could only be an 8 up here if this was a 3 and it's not a 3. So that's not an 8. This seemingly somehow could be a 7 because that could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 without a 4. That suddenly feels likely to me. The 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 could be a 5, 6, 5. Am I doing something silly like having visible 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? This digit already sees, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is not a 4. We already see too many digits, but it's a minimum of 6. and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is wet. Helio's writing me these beautiful poems, and I'm just not. So this digit is absolutely indexing one of these digits, right? This digit is definitely looking at these. Does that matter? For it to be 6, it'd have to be wet. Feels hard for this to... I already see 2 here. Right. Okay. Gosh. Is this what... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why am I so bad at listening to your poetry? This is this. I don't know if you know this about this puzzle, but in addition to being a genetic puzzle and a exum puzzle and a like domino coloring island C puzzle, it is also a sightline puzzle. Not a lot of people know that. Very common misconception. This digit, this is not a 4, which is cool because that means this is not a 2. Because if I put a 2 here, I need a 7. To put a 2 here, I need a 7 here, or here, or here. So it's not there. So if I put a 2 here, then this is a 7. If this is a 7, the only digit it can safely index is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the minimum of that is 6, and that would be 13. That's not 11. So this is 5. This is not a 5. So 5 away, we need a 4. That's not a 5. There's no 5 there. It's very primey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is dirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 4. And it's wet, which knocks 4 out of all of these. It says there's a 5 here. Also, additionally, I guess I don't know. But this can no longer be 4. So this is definitely 6 or 7. That means that it's very silly. But there's a 6-7 pair because it's 13, and the other half of that pair is here. Didn't we have a problem with 5s? Didn't we have something that forced a 5 over here or something? I can't remember anymore. Row 4, column 8, and 8, column 8. Oh, am I trying to index something that I can't? This would need an 8. Well, we said this could never look up, right? We said this could only look this way. Two means this is an 8, or this is a... Oh, did we remove our index option now? Because this was, yeah, right. This isn't 6 because this would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's wrong. Or it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's wrong. So that's not 6, which is exciting. If this was 2, this would be a little cul-de-sac because it already sees 2. That's 2 or 4. So that means that if this were 2, this would be 8. If this was 4, this would be 6. This, I just want to think about this a little more. There's a 6-7 pair here, basically. 3 would need. We removed it. Okay, so this still feels like it's possible. 7 can't work. It's going up. 7 has to go east, which would need a 5 here. So if this is a 7, this is a 5. This is a 3, then 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. We need a 9. That's definitely not a 9. So we end up with 7, 5, or 9. Wait, what did I do? Something silly? Did I do terrible math? Did I say that wrong? I'm sorry. What did I do the math wrong? This would be an 8. This would be a 6. Did I say something silly? Oh, well, but we don't know which one is the 6, right? I see. Okay, but okay. Let's think through that for a second. If this is a 4, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not valid. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would be a 6. And I guess we're trying to ask, do we think this digit could ever be a 6? And I guess it can't be. That's really interesting. Because, I mean, we talked about there being a 6-7 pair in here, but more explicitly, this can't be a 6, because then this would be a 7, and which would want this to be the 6. Interesting. So this is not a 4. Is that what we're saying? If we put a 4 here, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're saying this is definitely a 6. If this is a 6, this is definitely a 7. 4, 5, 6, 7, which is 6 there. That's cool. Wow. That's very exciting. So that is a 2. And a 2, that means this is all dirt, right? Because this already sees its 2 wets. This looks bad. Well, this we can't get any water out of here, so this must be dirt. And we've got to get our water out of here, so this must be wet. About this, I don't know. No, I don't know. This 2 is indexing, not here. It's indexing an 8 here. It's exciting, and it's wet. And that means this 2 is addressed. We've addressed the 2. Very exciting. We've got a double wet here. This is half wet. This is a wet prime. Gross. We were probably going to have to start thinking about Sudoku, just in terms of like reducing some of these genetic digits. Like this digit, some of these, it feels like we see a lot of digits in some places in this puzzle, but I guess there's a fair amount of repetition. We now know this digit. I hope. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a sightline puzzle. It's easy to forget. This is a 7. That means there's a 7 up here. That means this is indexing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But that's fine. In a case like this, how did I get that this was 2? Because it could only be 2 or 4. If I tried to put a 4 here, 1, 2, 3, 4 is not valid. So I would have had to put it here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would have put a 6 here, which would have forced this to be a 7. But if this is a 7, it would have to index a 6 here. So 4 is invalid, which is that's a tricky one. That's definitely tricky to see. But it's cool. It's super cool. That's not a 7. So helio, in a case like this, all I'm currently the only useful information I get out of this is that I'm saying this is definitely, it's definitely indexing wetness. Like, in other words, I should mark this off because I won't learn anything else from that. What do I mean it's not valid? Let's just try it. So let's say I put a 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is island. So y can never be island. Y, so this is x. Anything in a cage is x and it's indexing a y, but y can never be dirt. And the reason this is dirt, I think, was because we can't have a 2 by 2 of water. So that means this 4 would have to index here, 1, 2, 3, 4, which would mean this had to be a 6, right? And if this is a 6, this is definitely a 7. And now I need to index 7 away, a digit that will sum to 13, which I can't, the only way I can do that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and put a 6 here. And now I've broken the puzzle. So this has to be a 2. Yeah, it may not be clear that y, x and y in terms of the remote sums are never wet, or sorry, are always wet. Always wet. Yeah, C cells, C7. 7 cells, C7 cells. Okay, cool. Got it. Mission accomplished. This is a happy camper now. Which is pretty interesting because it definitely means 6 is here or here. And that definitely means 7 is here or here. So we could never do anything to endanger the 6ness or 7ness of this. So these digits actually all see they see a bit more than they seem to, but maybe it's still not worth. Like these digits see 6 and 7. Am I gonna do this? Probably gonna do it. 6 and 7 are in here, 8 and 5 are in here, and 1 is in here. So these digits can only be from 2, 3, 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, or 9. This can't be 2, this can't be 4. Is that really true? Is what I said true? They're definitely not 1s, could be 2s, could be 3s, could be 4s, definitely not 5s, definitely not 6s or 7s. In fact, this digit also just slightly less restricted. And then obviously not 8s, 9s. So this digit, I was hoping we'd get a prime composite situation here, but we have not. Well, we have 8, 3, which is prime, and we have 4 and 9, which are composite. So we have not done well. Do we know how are we going to know if this is wet or dry? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're totally right. 6 or 7. That was false. There's not a pair here. The pair is here. Thank you for catching the nonsense. That was not a true statement. This digit definitely sees both though, right? Because it sees a 7 here and it sees a 6 or a 7. So this digit definitely sees 6, 7, 8, 5. See, that's just the kind of careless mistake I love to make. What is this indexing? Six or 8, which is fine. 2, which who knows? Boy, this is a bad song. Okay. Now we did say if this is 7, this is 6. And then we must place a 5 somewhere. Right, okay. Let's think about this. If this is 7, then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 6. 6 then must have a 5 to sum to 11. The only way we can go is north. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then that would be the 5. So we'd have 7, 6, 5. Then one of these digits would be a 5, which seems okay. If this is a 7, then there must be a 4 that is 7 away, which must be here. Which seems okay. Wait, is this ever a 7? Hey, hold on, hang on. 7 is either here or here. This is never a 7. Oh my god, I don't even know what you're talking about. Helio is just fully... is this ever 7? If this is a 7, then this is a 7. If this is a 6, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 7 is here. This is never a 7. Why would we even talk about it? 6, if this is a 6, this is a 5, and that's fine. Am I missing some very obvious counts? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we already see 5 here. We have room to grow south. You see your business. You see your business. Oh, that's how we're going to know this. It's just based on this, based on sight lines here. I see. This can only see one more digit. Oh, okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a 5. It can only see one more digit. If we do this, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this, we can't make this wet, but we have to make this wet. This is a wet digit, and that means this is 5. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is dirt. Oh wait, do I have other 2x2s in my face? Oh no. Oh, it's probably actually really interesting to think about 2x2s as they relate to this one's done. Okay, I got confused for a second. Oh my gosh. Oh no, the pen tool sucks. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry pen tool, but you suck. Do I have some obvious 2x2s that need avoiding? Probably. Anywho. You see your 2, you see your 5. That's all terrific. I realize well, we talked about, right. Okay. If this is a 6, then this is the 5. And if this is a 6, we've got to grow. Well, we could. If this is a 2, then we're indexing. And we need 9 here or here. If it's, because it's not there. If it's 3, we got to hit here, here, or here, and we need 8. But that's okay, isn't it? 6 can only be 5 up here, and that becomes a 7. I simply see 6 or... Oh, this 2x2. Oh my gosh. You mean this 2x2 that's right in front of my face? perhaps you're talking about that 2x2. And then we can't have any wetness in here, right? It would be trapped wetness. So that's sandy. Sandy. It was a bad John Travolta. Is Jates here? Ooh. Sandy. Sandy. I feel like I should be able to do better than that. This digit is inheriting its prime or compositeness from here, but that means nothing to anyone. I'm gonna do a quick wetness check. This digit already sees for has that 2x2. I'm gonna go back in the video and see how long that 2x2 has been there. Look, that 2x2 wasn't hurting anybody, or was it? It means this is not a 8. Why didn't we think that could be an 8 anyway? Because of that 3. Thinking about this. But if this is dirt, this could be wet, perhaps. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm at a slight loss of what I need to think about, but I drive me insane with the constant emails. I don't care, Google. Okay, I just noticing something here. Thanks for sending 2 of the same email right in a row, Google. Love it. Okay, just thinking about this. This digit. How did we get this? How did we reduce this to composite only? Was that on purpose, or did that happen organically? How did we? Did we really reduce that in an organic way? Okay, I see things are flying, but I'm a little worried about my pencil marks right now, because how did I get this? I'm sorry, I just don't remember. Oh, because we got this? Did we know this? Like, I could see how you could learn about one from the other. Did we somehow... I'm sorry. I'm very confused on how we knew. I mean, I see these are composite. Oh, I see. Because of this. Okay, of course. I'm sorry. We knew that this got its wetness from here, so it had to get its compositeness from here. So we knew this was composite. And we knew this got its sandness from here, so it got its compositeness from here. This is composite, and this is prime. This is composite. This is prime. That means we have to get our compositeness from here. That means this isn't a 7. So that means this is 4, 6, 8, 9, right? This compositeness has to come from somewhere. It's not 9. Okay, I apologize. That took me way too long to figure out. We got our wetness from here, so we got our primeness from here. So this is 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I completely ignored that after you kindly explained it to me. I completely overlooked it. Oh, come on, 2-7. Why you gotta act like that? These really see that many digits? No, we knew it was prime. That's what it was. These are prime. That's prime. This is prime. It gets its primeness from here. So this could be either. Do we need to think about the... Should I go back to cages? I was thinking about... just thinking about stuff. Just thinking about compositeness. Or sorry, composite versus primeness. The genetics of it. But... I guess we haven't thought about this in a while. So if this was... This doesn't index east. Is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 6. No. 7. No. So this definitely indexes south. If it is 4, then this is 7. Is that okay? If it is 6, then this is 7. And if it is 7, this is 6. Do I know those? I feel like I'm missing really obvious, obvious genetics up here, but maybe I'm not, because the parentage, since we're getting dirtness from here, the parenthood is less relevant. Three would put a 9 here. 7. Put a 5 here. Should put a 5 here, which we kind of liked. I feel like we sort of liked that idea at some point, but I don't remember why. If it was 6, 7, 6, 7, 5 is one of the possible arrangements. Feels sort of one, 2, 3. Already have 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. So this has to grow at least here or here. If it was 7, it would have to at least grow to there. And then that would be... Well, that's not true. It could do this. So that's not true. That's not true at all. But just thinking about this 4 for a second. Yeah, it's Gojo, the exact same thing. I keep really, yeah, that I was commenting earlier that it was like the, oh my gosh, you're gonna go drive on I-40. Wait a minute, where do you live? I grew up off I-40. It's a long highway though, I guess it could be anywhere. Helia, this puzzle is amazing. Check out 7s. Red dude, that's how I do it. That's my signature style, is to over consider. Skojo, I had the same problem. The fact that it's almost even odds is really really messing with me. Like, I keep wanting to say that, like, oh, this has 2 odd parents. Well, that is not true. We have a prime parent and a composite parent. Here we have a prime parent and a composite parent. This is definitely prime, but we know it got its primeness from here. This gets its wetness from here. Albuquerque suburbs. That's just right down I-40 from Amarillo, Texas. I would really like to know. I mean, there's hundreds of sevens. There's sevens all over the place. So can we let's just think about sevens for a while. How about that? We did rule 7 out of here moments ago, which was an exciting triumph. 7 could be giving primeness to this. Right, dude. Oh, yeah, that's my signature move. I'm going to find it. I'll find harder ways to get there. Or I'll see it eventually. Okay, I'm sorry. So let's think about. I don't see sightline issues right this minute. It'd be kind of crazy if this was an 8. This being a 5 means it does need to. As soon as we connected this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we did connect this would be 6, and then we'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's actually valid. Okay, sorry. What are we doing? We're thinking about. We have a number. Where do 1s go in this puzzle? Or 9s? I mean, we know some places that 9s go, I guess. I have a lot of pencil marks that aren't 1s. One of these digits is a 9? Nope, that could be a 9. Okay. We have said emphatically, repeatedly, that this is a weird offset 6-7 pair. But that seems okay. We have talked about this digit. I think we've said that these do not look to the east, right? Because that's wrong, and that is wrong. So this digit definitely looks south. So it's either 4, 6, or 7. If it's a 4, then that's a 9. If it is a 6, that is definitely a 7. And then we need a 5, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so does 6 never work? If we put a 6 here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We put a 7 here, and we need a 5. That is 7 away. Oh, I'm sorry, the 5 is 7 away. Oh, but we made that dirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 away. I see. So this is never a 7 now. Because this is dirt, it can never be indexed. Should have seen that. I'm sorry. My apologies. Yeah, but Red Dude, I really prefer not to. I really prefer not to have like hyper specific suggestions. I'm glad to have like look over here, look over there, but I just don't. I prefer not to have hyper specific. But it seems like this is the place to look, because if this was a 7, it's only indexing these 2 cells and they're both made of dirt, right? If this is a 7, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we've now dirtified both of those. So this is a 3. That means this is not a 6 because it indexes here, and neither of those are a 7. So that's not a 6. 7 here is double 5s, which is not cool, right? We have 7 here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one is dirt, and this one sees a 5, so that is a 4. The 3 needs to index a 9 3 digits away, so it's either here or here. It's not there. So that's the 9, and it's wet, which doesn't help. But it's also composite. That means we have we've 3'd up the 3. And we have, that means this, did I do that correctly actually? 3 needs a 9, right? Which is kind of surprising because the 4 will also need a 9. That's not a 4. This is definitely composite. Going to composite. Yeah, that's fine. The 4 needs to index a 9 now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this must be the 9, and the 9 must be wet. Which means that is happy. Uh-oh, what did I do? Wait, what did I say? Sorry, what did I do? Some silly addition. You know I love to do that. Yeah, 7 plus 5 equals 13. Everybody knows that. What did I say? Why did I say? Oh, here. I'm sorry. I was thinking it was a 12. I'm sorry about that. So, oh my gosh, pen tool. We can't rule that one out. We could rule out this 7 for sure. That's definitely a 3. So that is 1, 2, 3. This is definitely a 9. That we're happy with. Let's try to do arithmetic properly though. I did that to the wrong thing. The pen tool is maybe the worst part of Sudoku Pad, I have to say. So the 3 indexes a 9. Okay, my apologies. I said I was reading that as a 12. Very silly of me. This 7 could still index a 6 here. I apologize. With the 6 is bad. The 6 we can definitely get rid of. The 6 is no good. Nobody likes that 6. Okay. Thank you both. Sorry about that. My brain's getting tired. So this is still, unfortunately, a mixture of composite and prime. Okay. This 6, 7 pairs up with somebody in this neighborhood. It's either a 6 here or a 7 here. This 4 would need a 9 here, which is cool with everybody. But that was a 6. Yeah, sorry about that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's either 9 or that. It is still valid for this to be 6. But if I put a 7 here, then I need a 6 that can't go here. That puts a 6 here. Oh boy. Okay, I don't know if this is right. It's just suddenly, it just almost feels like it doesn't work, but maybe it actually works. If I put a 7 here, that puts a 6 here, which puts a 6 here, and a 7 here. So that actually is okay. 7, 6. Okay, maybe they don't actually see each other. That is funny though, that it really feels like there's almost something to that. We lost our 6ness here though. Also, this can only be a 3. Also, one of these is wet. We do need to connect our, but it's only one of these is wet. The 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. Seven is a little hard, or maybe impossible. I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120 6 and instantly get 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is valid. And then this 5 sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that works. This doesn't. But this works because the other way would still give me 7 here, but would break the 5. So annoyingly, that still seems like it works. We don't know what to do with you. Quite know what to do with that. We're ending up with a 9 here. We're getting our wetness from here, but we could also be getting our wetness from here and our compositeness from here. So I don't know that that's tremendously helpful. It does feel like a certain kind of person would start doing Sudoku now, but I'm definitely not that kind of person. Like, this digit sees a lot of stuff. It sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this digit is interesting. This digit is composite, right? Because it sees 1 and 2 and 3 and 5 and 7. So that is a composite digit. So one of these, that doesn't really help very much. Checkerboards are allowed in this puzzle. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Also, our wetness is, I think our wetness is okay. This digit will see a minimum of 2. Kind of hard to do that. I guess it... How could you do that? Maybe something like that. Maybe I'm off track. It really is like, has my attention. So it does mean for sure one of these is absolutely a 7, indexing not here. So one of these is absolutely a 6. That appears to be true. I only know enough about 6s to care. Feels like there's probably more Sudoku that I'm not Sudokuing. Like in here, no 3, no 3. Not useful. 9. Man, actually, like, deeply feels like I'm missing. This is wetness though, so it kind of doesn't matter. And this could be either. The double wets are a nuisance because it's difficult to know what you're getting from what parent. Like, I don't like. What am I getting from here? I'm already getting the sandness. I'm getting my compositeness from here, so I'm just getting sandness from here. So it's not really a requirement that this is composite. If I could prove that had to be composite, it'd be nice because I could place that 7 up there. But I'm missing it. So it's probably something simpler. And 7. You're done. This is relatively constrained. Like, one of these is gonna be. This can't be double sand. So one of these is definitely wet. So this digit is already going to see 2 and then really can only have one more from one of those. Because it couldn't, couldn't do that because then it'd be trapped in the corner. One of these is wet to orthogonally connect to this. So this, one of these, only one or the other of these is going to be wet, and it's going to be capped off at the end. If that was 2, then that would all be dirt. That is worth considering. If I don't, if I made this 4, is it this easy? If I make this 4, then both of these are dirt. Okay, if I make this 4, then both of these are dirt. And then water has to come out this way, and this is also dirt. The water would have to go like this. But if it's 7, we just said we'd have to take this. We couldn't do both of those. So we'd have to take that, and in that case, this is wet. And that's dirt, so never mind. I thought there was some overlap in the two of those, but I think there's not actually. I mean, okay, I guess my attention is drawn to these. You can be wet and you can be 5, which is a requirement. You can be wet and you can be 9. You can be wet. You can be 7. So that would make this the wet one. And then we'd have to be conscious of our 3-ness. The other part would be dirt. This digit definitely indexes up. Either here with... Oh, good grief. No. That's still valid, actually. Sorry. The 2 would need a 9. Which obviously couldn't be there, but I think we could still do that here. And that would be wet. The 3 would have to be 1, 2, 3. Would have to be 8. 6. Would have to be 5. So those are valid. Or seem to be. I'm sure there's some, I'm certain there's some very obvious thing I'm missing, of course. You are double composite. No, you're not. Sorry, you're not. You're explicitly not. You're composite and prime. You're composite. You're unknown. It'd be nice to get this. We know this. Wait, okay, we know this. This digit is getting its wetness from here. So what is it getting from here? It has to be getting its primeness. Oh, wait. Oh, I was thinking in evens and odds again. It's prime. 2 is a prime digit. Never mind. Never mind. That's embarrassing. I thought I saw it. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. One of these is definitely prime. This is kind of restricted also. It's not 1, 2, or 3. It is not 5. It's not 9. It's almost composite. But for the 7, it's a sad story. This means we have a 9 on one. That's funny. This is a 1-9 pair? Is that true? Guess so. Well, how about that? That's kind of restricted in this land as well. But not enough. The Viking Prime, is it Viking Prime's fault? You'd think that with a name like Viking Prime that you could choose a reasonable set of prime digits. It does not feel like too much to ask, I have to say. We're getting our wetness from here. It's not required that this is wet. I don't even really feel required that this is wet. 2. Who are you indexing? If you're 2, you're indexing those people. If you're 6, you're indexing this digit. If you're 8, you're indexing this digit. If you are 8, well, that seems kind of hard. Couldn't do that because you'd have a 2 by 2. That would be your 8. Or it'd be a version of 8. Presumably we could go out this way as well. Oh boy. I'm certain I'm missing something laughably obvious. Nothing's in there. Nothing's in there. There's Sneaky 3 lurking around like a creepy weirdo. Nines are almost cool, you know? Like 9s are almost helpful friends. They seem to be not quite helpful friends. Do I just need to do Sudoku? Because it looks like there's lots of digits that see other digits. Nobody wants that. Like, all of the that's not true. Good grief. All of the odd digits are here, but that means nothing. It means nothing to anyone except that these are all even digits. Right? And that's not 8. Which is cool. These digits see some numbers. Row 3, column 7. Why is row 3, column 7 not 7? Probably a good reason. Row 3, column 7. What do we think about row 3, column 7? It does not have to provide its primeness, because these digits are both already sandy, so they could be getting their sandiness from here. This digit's already getting its primeness here, so this could be composite. This is getting its composite from here. So that would be kind of funny. I hadn't really considered that. 8 is pretty restricted. Row 3, column 7. Am I missing some very other obvious thing? Probably. Probably. You got your wetness from here, and your primeness from here. You got your compositeness from here, your wetness from here, compositeness from here, wetness from here. You got your wetness from here, your compositeness from here. This feels like it could still be either. This is somewhat restricted, but not that restricted. It's not 1 or 3. It's not 5. It's not 8. That's not helping determine. And this is not inheriting from anyone. We know there's 2 composite. These are both definitely composite. Oh, you know, that's an interesting thing to think about that I haven't been thinking about at all. At all. Could possibly be a good thing to think about is, you know, we just like I mentioned here, we could get the remaining digit from evenness and oddness. If we did have a place that saw 4, 6, 8, 9, for example, or 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, I don't know which is more likely, we would know we'd have forced compositeness, which is this. This is composite. It's the only place that happens. Possibly. The 4, 6, 8, 9. Like, we definitely have prime, prime, prime. I don't know if that's quite enough. One of these is definitely a 7. So one of these is definitely a 6. This is a 6. This is definitely 5. 7, 6, 5. That would be like a 7, 6, 5 triple, which would force a 5 in here. I feel like there's one too many rule set and I'm just forgetting a rule set. Like I just am completely forgetting the possibility of a rule set. But it also feels like that there's probably somewhere, it sort of feels like there's probably some 4, 6, 8, 9 quadruples somewhere, but that's a little hard because I don't know very much about 4s and 6s. I know a little bit about 8s and 9s. I know a little bit about well, I know this is not a 6, right? Because we've said that this is a 6, 7 pair that the other half is down here. So this is never a 6. Is that true? I mean, 6 in this box is definitely not in here. Same with 7. I think 6 is not in there. I'm sure there's some very easy elimination. It's funny that those would be... I really did want to eliminate that, but we're getting our compositeness from here, dirtness from here. We're getting primeness from here. probably something to do there. Anyway, I got 2 paths. Easy. Well, when you put it that way, piece of cake. No sweat. What I'm just truly, extremely, publicly very bad at is just like moving forward with Sudoku. I'm on record. This could be a 1. It's not a 2. It's not a 3. Could be a 4. Could be a 5. Could be a 6. It's not a 7. It's not an 8. Not a 9. So that is only 1, 4, 5, or 6, which spans compositeness and primeness. This is almost that, but without the 5, but with the 7. So from 1, 2, and 3, it can only be 1. From 4, 5, and 6, it can only be 6. And from 7, 8, and 9, it can only be 8 or 9. So we get 1, 6, 7, which again is a mix of prime and composite. This fellow's funny. Could be the 7. One of these is explicitly 7. One of these is explicitly 6. Okay, everybody. Enough messing around. Enough fooling around. Let's maybe just like go in the rules by order. So in terms of shading, there's probably some obvious 2x2s right in front of my face, but I don't. Yes, right here. Why? Why can't I see the 2x2s? Why can't I see them? Why did they just sneak out and jump out and scare me like little creeps? We cannot have a 2x2 here. This is dirt. Does that matter? Debatable, but it's true. It does mean there's a dirt in here, which is kind of interesting. It's like in the back of my mind that could be interesting. There is a one of each in here. It's not double dirt. It's not double wet. It's one of each. I don't know that it really matters which way, but it's a mixture of dirt and sand. Pardon me. Other 2x2s. What's funny is I'm going to do this exhaustive review of the grid, and there's still going to be 2x2s everywhere. Orthogonal wetness is another critical aspect of this puzzle that we seem to be respecting so far. Checkerboards are not a problem, and islands do not have to connect to the edge of the grid. We know that we're always indexing C, and we're obviously always indexing sums. This digit could be indexing there or there or there, and those are all sufficiently wet. This digit is indexing either here or here, with 1 being a 9, 1 being a 6. No, that is an interesting question. 1 cage used for 2 sums. Do we even have the possibility of that? Like some put a 6 here, that's definitely a 7, and that's definitely a 5. Put a 7 here, that's definitely a 6. And this is definitely a 2 or 3. let me just finish what I was thinking here. 6 or 9. You're certainly, we know that guy's indexing south. We know this guy's indexing south. We know you indexed there. Can't. That's 765. I think that would be okay. Oh, I almost had the thread of an idea. The slightest thread. 9 could be here. If this is 3, 8 would be here. If this is 6, I would be here. 8 here. Couldn't get oddness from there, but if this was wet, that would be fine. That would be a fine story. I mean, I think it's, if what you're asking, is it okay to do 7, 6, 5? I think it is. I think that's reasonable. This one's sort of interesting because it's, yeah, this 8 indexing 7, indexing, I don't remember what we decided that was, 5, I guess, which is indexing. Oh, is this a cyclical? No. The 5's indexing the 9. Oh, no, that's okay. I was about to say, we have trapped island, but it's fine to have trapped islands in this puzzle, right? It's okay to have, islands can be trapped all day. Is that okay? No loops. 2x2 itself shaded when different parts of the sea may touch. Islands do not need to connect to the edge of the grid. But islands, they're islands. Oh, but we can't make loops. Is that true? With no loops. So I actually can't do this. Oh no. That was scary. Okay, sorry, I'm forgetting the domino rule for no loops. Does that mean I can't? Oh, but this could be a checkerboard. But I can't do this, right? That is the thing that's not allowed. I can't have a fully isolated island. So both of these couldn't be wet. But one or the other of them could be wet, and that would be okay. Kind of forgot how that rule works. So we could think about genes going up. This is an odd. I think I've got to get some more sightlines. That's what it feels like. That's what I need to know. Maybe that's not true, but it feels like sightline giving us more wet and more dirt is a thing that would be very useful. We have 5 digits here. We definitely need at least one more wet digit. If we did this, if we add, that's interesting. Let me think about this for 1 second. Thinking about this digit, if we grow this way, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 digits, right? But now this digit sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it has to go 6, 7. That is probably a good idea. And you even commented that you very kindly do you have a suggestion for good pen tool colors for mom and dad? I need something that's not going to confuse me even more. I'm going to use blue to mean wetness. This digit, well, I don't even know. You're getting your wetness from there, right? You're getting your dirtness. Your wetness is coming from there. Your wetness is coming from there. Oh, you only used one color? Oh, you used it to mark the numberiness, not the wetness. So I'm doing the exact opposite of what you just said to do. Exact opposite, which is very exciting. So I'm going to use red for numberiness. That's fair. Your numberiness comes from there. Because anytime there's a color mismatch, you have to get your numberiness from the place where the color is mismatched, right? Anytime the color flips. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, thank you. I will take you up on that. Anytime there's a color flip, we know the inheritance is numbered, right? Anytime there's a color flip. You know, I'm sure we know it in some other instances. Possibly. Shoot. Okay. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Well, I'm back. With the door open. The awkward thing about the way my office is like if the door's open, you can just see right in the bathroom. That's embarrassing. Don't worry. I don't want anybody to look at my bidet. That's private. That's private. Okay. Numberiness. Numberiness is oh my gosh. Okay. You get your numberness from there. You get your numberness. Oh, sorry. I didn't switch screens. Sorry, all I did was just draw a numberness. You're getting numberness from here. And wetness from here. You are getting numberness from there and wetness from there. You're getting numberness. You, I don't think we know yet, do we? You, again, we don't know. I mean, do we? Like, is there some like notion that I'm not quite understanding? You're going to get your numberness from there. You could go either way. You could go either way. You definitely get your numberness from there. But you're odd, so that's fine. Yeah, I feel like you could get it either way. I feel like you suggested that to me because it would somehow be helpful. Which I appreciate. But I'm just not, I feel like I'm not seeing it. We know you. I don't feel like we know you. You could get primeness from here or wetness from here. In this one, we know some of you people, but we could be getting wetness. We got wetness from either place, so we could get primeness from either place. We're getting your numberness. Oh, should I be? Okay. I should be. No, we don't know yet, though. We almost do. It's the freaking 7. I have the helpful ones labeled now. Do I have enough for one path? A row 9, column 4, if this is 6, then this is 5 and this is 7. I think that's okay. I think it's okay for this to be 6. If I have a 7 here, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the 6th digit. And then this would need a 5 to make the 11, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's the 5. Now, if we could rule 7 out of here, we would know that this could not be 5, and then what you're saying would make sense. So I want to rule 7 out of here. I'm just going to say that as a personal goal for myself. I guess the thing is, if we don't have a 7 here, so I guess one way to say that is, could this be Could this be 4, 6? Because that might be a way to say that I have to have a 7. I don't see how that helps really. That would put a 7 here, and I would put a 9 here. really feel like I was very close with sightline stuff, but maybe that is wishful thinking. Draclin, how's it going? This is a long one. Helio's out to get me. There's no other way to put it. I would love to not have a 7 here, is how I feel about things. Do I have enough information to adequately do that? Definitely no 7s there. So I'm saying one of these digits is a 7. That's a 6. That's entirely wrong. Not even the right. Okay, we ruled 7 out of here for reasons. We're saying 7 could go either here or here. We've sort of liked the idea of the 7 being here, because this could be 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That could be 7, and everything would be cool. But if this is 7, then that's 7, and there's definitely 7 over here. If this is 7, that's definitely 7, and there's a 7 over here. If that's 7, that's definitely not 7. It's from 4, 6, or 8. Ooh, I haven't really done much with snappy kind of things. I've printed some things that other people have done that are kind of snappy. I'm a little afraid of them. I printed the most useless tiny little thing yesterday, but I thought of you. Where the surface that this is on is a little bit too I did understand what you said, but I don't agree with it, because I think this can be 7, 6, 5. Maybe I didn't understand what you said. I do think I see something though now with 7s, but I made this silly little. It's very silly. I made 2 of them, but they just the feet of my printer stick out slightly beyond the edge of the thing, so I made very silly little feet. Okay, what I was just not very long. Do I still have Bamboo Studio open? I closed it. Like 10 minutes? I think it was 16, but it's like 5 minutes because I have the bed level on every time and all that kind of stuff. So I think that maybe total time was like 15 minutes, something like that. But a lot of that was just like the auto bed tramming. Okay, sorry, there's definitely 7 in here. It's the thing I was just trying to decide is, if there's a 7 here, obviously that's not a 7. Right? If I put a 7 here, that's definitely not a 7. But if I put a 6 here, then this is definitely... then this is definitely a 7. Sorry, I was trying to push the 7 over, but I think I failed to do so. I think I failed. I feel like I'm very close to not. If I don't have a 7 here, I know the numberiness of this, which is feels like a cool thing for cool people to know. You're a composite. Digits, all these wet digits really cramping my style. We are getting our numberiness from here and our wetness from here, and these are all odd. These are all composite. these are all composite. Not odd, sorry, prime. We're getting our numberiness from here, but at this moment, this 7 is ruining my entire life. I would love to rule that 7 out. It feels like there's a way to do so, and I'm just screwing up. We know there's a 6 here or here. No, more explicitly, we know there's a 6 here or here. We're getting your numberiness. I guess it's a little bit interesting. Do I need to go in and pencil mark some places where I know I have inherited numberness, but I have not yet pencil marked it? But Radu, I still think that's valid. I think 765 is valid. I don't think there's a rule against multi-indexing. I don't think that's forbidden. I don't think it's forbidden. Helia will tell us. Is it forbidden? So, a place we know where there's inheritance. I mean, that is sort of interesting, right? To think about what digits are available to us across the ocean. It's just that these are not very restricted digits. We happen to know, we know that's not a 1. We also happen to know that this digit, that there's an invisible 6-7 pair, right? So that's not 6-7. Oh my gosh, is that really the best we can do? I was hoping that would be slightly better. This is not 2 or 5. Good boy. Thought that was going to be better, but it was not better. It was not good. It is a heavy mixture. Remote sums, a digit X in a cage points to a second digit Y located X cells away vertically or horizontally. The number in the top left corner of the cage indicates the sum. So that's X, that's Y for a given remote sum cell. And then it just happens that this is also a remote sum cell. So that would be X and that would be Y. That feels not unreasonable to me. I haven't done a ton of remote sum cells, but I feel like it's actually kind of common for cyclical. In fact, sometimes you can even have them like self-referential. There's not a negative constraint that says if I don't get my wetness, I mean, no, that wouldn't make sense. So in other words, this digit can be an X and a Y. But that would be using this cage once, and then it just happens that this cage. But that could still be true if this, for example, I see what you're getting at, but you're only using the cage once. The other one, we haven't used the cage. We've used it as a Y digit, which, although presumably there's probably some world in which you could have a Y that was valid for 2 X's. Although I don't think we have that in this puzzle. Okay, this was just not a helpful situation. Maybe then do we need to be thinking about some places where we have ambiguity? Pencil marking some of our of these tree trunks where we don't know who the parent is. We just don't know who the parent is. I just don't really feel like I have enough digits for super meaningful pencil marks at this point. This looks gross. It's not 2 or 3 or 5, but that's still... I don't think this is the thing to do. I feel like this is the thing I do when I start to really not know what to do. This is not 6 or 7. This doesn't feel good. Rad dude, Helio's the author of the puzzle. I would trust his I mean, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's a trick. This can't be 3 or 5 or 7, 8, or 9. Ugh. That one. It's almost useful. I mean, it's 2 odds. Not odds. It's 2 prime and 2 non-prime. You are definitely getting a composite from somewhere. That is a true and undisputed fact. This is definitely a composite digit. These are just not very restricted. Oh, is it already? I don't even think I don't remember that we had done that. Is it one of these? It's one of these, right? Where the 7 indexes, yeah, the 7 indexes the 5, which indexes the 9. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we already have that. Yeah. So this is XY, but it's also XY. So in other words, 5 is the Y to the 7's X, and it is the X to the 9's Y. I mean, it is kind of suspicious. The compositeness of this. This is suspiciously composite. This 7 goes, obviously can't go up or down because it could only go 4. So this 7 goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one doesn't happen to have a sum, but this is the X digit from the remote sum, and this is the Y digit of the remote sum. But then this is also 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the 9 summing to 14. So this is the X digit here and the Y digit here. 2 is a prime number. Don't forget that. 2 is an extremely prime number. It's viciously prime. This is a composite digit. It means there's definitely a composite digit here. You're very primey. 4, 6, 7, 8, and a 1, 9 pair over here. That song is not helping. I am just not seeing the inheritance path. Unfortunately. These people oh gosh, I keep 2 is a prime. 2's prime, everybody. 2, it's prime. Just thinking about 7s, you know, like I like to do. Sometimes I just think about 7s and how cool 7s are. The thing is, oh my gosh, these 7s. I feel like these 7s are taunting me, but this digit turned out to be non-prime. That would be super cool. But the 7s, everybody. How did I know this was 7? Because there's another rule set that is so that's one of the things about this puzzle that's making it hard to keep track of. This, in addition to being a remote sum cage, is also Port Arb. Helio, you're the best. This puzzle is amazing. I apologize for slogging through it so clumsily. So in addition to these being remote sum cages, they are also sightline cages, which is somewhere in here. Where's that rule set? Yeah, the digit X also counts how many C cells, including itself, can be seen orthogonally from that position. So you count itself. So we knew this was a 7 because this digit, this is how much C we can see. And in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You count yourself in sightline puzzles. That's also why this is a 5, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we actually got that 7 from sightline, which is why throwing rocks is fun and profitable. That's good to know. I don't know what that means, but it seems like good life advice. The way my heart feels right now is that I want to get more sightline information on more wetness. Sorry, which one? Here? 7, you mean? Sorry, why which digit? Can't be 2 or 4? You just know after the fact. So we'd already gotten all this wetness. And so there's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's going to be true for any of these. Like this digit is 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 digits here because that's a 3. This digit is only 2 because there's 2 digits before we hit sand in any direction. This digit's a 5, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The C can only grow so much. Wise words from Helio. The growth of the C is what I'm intrigued by currently, I must say. The growth of the C is what has my attention. The growth of the C. The growth of the C. So that kind of seems like the only way. Why this is 7? So it's basically you have to imagine that you're standing on this and you're just counting all of the blue cells you can see. So it's often called a sightline puzzle. So if I'm standing in this square, I can see the islands block views. Where is that rule set? Just so we can. Yeah, the digit also counts how many C cells, including yourself, can be seen orthogonally from that position. Islands obstruct the view. So there's an island here that is obstructing my view. There's an island here and there's an island here. So this digit, I can only see these cells, but you also count yourself. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I also count myself, so that's 7. This one, this digit is obstructed. There's islands on both sides, and there's an island only over here. So this digit can only see 3 digits counting itself. Thank you, Helio. This puzzle is amazing. It truly is. I feel like I'm having a difficult time juggling all the rules in my head, but it really is amazing. So it actually is pretty hard. 6 is a challenge here, but it's not impossible. So we could never do this because that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can't connect here. So we always need a gap at least here. And if we try to do that, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six is very restricted, but it still feels possible. This couldn't be, because we know we can't do this because that's too much. So we could try to do this. We'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but we instantly get 7. So that's no good. But this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For 9 isn't in a cage. So it's only the X digit, which is all of the digits that are in cages. So these sightline rules will only apply for digits that are in cages. That's one of the another reason, because we always count ourselves and we can never have like a little blob of water. That's one of the reasons really early on we knew that we couldn't have any ones inside the sightline cages. So what I'm trying to think about now, which feels like the most useful thing I can think about at the moment, is what how we can grow these in a way that still works. So for example, for this to be 6, I think the only way to make that work is like this. Because that would only be 4, 5, 6, and that becomes too big. So I think if it's 6, it would have to look like this. Is that bad? That would basically we'd be saying that these are all, if that was 6, oops, that this arrangement of digits would be wet. And then the 3 would have to go up. That seems valid. And you could almost argue that you have to go this way. Like 3 going this way doesn't work, because then you'd suddenly be seeing 4, so you'd have to go up. The problem is that 2 going this way we talked about that earlier. I think it is possible for this to be a 7 if it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this digit would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this digit would be 6. So it'd see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it almost feels likely that this is a 7 when you look at it like this. Because if these were all wet, this would be 7. We'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would be 5. We'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be 6. We'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, that means that's all water and basically has to be surrounded by sand. So we'd have to be cautious about that. That means this would have to be sand in that scenario, and this would have to be sand, but I think that's okay. I think that's okay to have a little island of sand like this because we're not creating a loop. It means this would be sand. It means this would be sand. It makes this digit weird. This digit would already see 2, but I guess could grow down. Well, this cell wouldn't see all of these. So this cell would be a 6 and it would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because it can't see these. 7 would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then the 5 would only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that appears to be valid. That makes this 7 and this 6. Which makes this definitely prime. If that were a 4-6 pair, that would definitely be the 8. That would definitely be 7. There is definitely a 7. 8 is one of those. This feels valid to me. Now, the other option is if we try to make it a 4, then we've already reached our maximum here. Which is maybe more likely. So if we're saying this is 4, then we've got to like fence this off, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. That means this is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have to grow at least one more here to allow that to be a 6. Well, it could be a 7. That means this is wet for sure. That means the 5 can't look up, but you could, in that scenario, even have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could, oh, okay. No, that doesn't quite matter. Gosh, the 3 is really tricky. So we know we can't have a 2x2 here. And we know if this is 4, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. If this is a 4, because it counts itself. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. And this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for example. We'd have to grow 1 this way if this was a 4. But it could grow 2 if that was a 7. Then the 5 could go that way, but the 5 could probably go down. Now, the 5 can't ever connect to the 3 like this. Maybe that's the thing that's going to help us out. We can't ever connect these 2 digits because that would put 4 here, and then the 5 is... there's already 4 here, and that's too much for that 3. I also believe that the 3, that this can't be double water, obviously, because it can't be a 2x2. It also can't be double dirt. So it means that it's 1 each. So that means this 3 already sees 2 digits, either here or here, or here or here. And that means the 3 can only take 1 more digit, and we know it can't go back on itself. So the 3 has to go here or here. Only. and the other one is sand. So one of these is sand in that scenario. It's really unfortunate because we can almost get water up here. If this is 2, I feel like if it's 2, it can go either way, which is a sad story. This already is 2. This 5 is going to grow in some direction. Maybe that's the point. Okay, let's think about this. For this to be a 2, this all has to be dirt. So let's just think about this. If we try to make this a 2, then this is all, then that all becomes dirt. And then the 5 can never go down here all the way because it can't connect to the 3. So we have 2 here. We can get this, but we can't go further down because as soon as we connect here, we break the 3. So we have to go up. But if we do that, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 already. So we can't take that one. So if it's a 2, the 5 has to go up. Who cares? Do we care? 5 has to go up. This is certainly a 7 then. And that's wet. That doesn't seem to break immediately. Was there something interesting? It gets rid of the primeness of that, but of these. That's not super duper helpful. Does the 468 compositeness? That's if that's a 2. Oh! We haven't even thought about this. Oh my gosh. Oh, how do we not even think about this? Okay, I'm not sure this is the right thing, but Y's in our sums are always wet. Y's are always wet. So what does that? What does that do? It seems like the most noteworthy. If this is a 4, this is wet. This is a wet 9. If this is a 7, this is a wet 6. This is crazy. Okay, I almost feel like I have something. Sorry, I just had to talk through it a little bit. So, if this is 6, we know we take this digit. So another way of saying that, if this is 7, okay, this helps a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. But if this is a 6, then this digit is wet, right? If this is 6, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is a wet 7. But if this is 7, then this is 6. And that means we'd have to at least be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wet. So this digit is always wet. That is always a wet digit. And that means that 3 cannot look this way. Because if... Well, I think we got it now. I think what this is always wet, which means this 3 can never connect here. If this is ever wet, this 3 is broken. So this is dirt. Okay, this is gonna do some stuff. I'm sure of it. This that could be the 2. That's annoying. Anyway. But what we have said is that we believe that one of these digits had to be dirt and one of them had to be wet, because double dirt means this is isolated, double wet means it's a 2 by 2. That means that one of these had to be wet, right? Like this 3 can't do this. If this is dirt, then this 3 has to do this, and we've made a 2 by 2. So this is definitely wet. For sure. That is a wet place to be. Which is exciting. What does that tell us about... It still feels like there's a little more to learn from this becoming wet. Problem is this could be a 2, or this could be a 3, or this could be a 6. But I think, did we decide that's the only way we could make 6? But could this be a 3? So we don't know the wetness of this just yet, but we know that this is dirt. Because we said one of these is wet, whichever one, plus 3 plus this. So this 3 already sees all of its dirt, even though we don't know where the dirt is yet. This is dirt. Now our 5 is pretty constrained here. It's got to go somewhere. Yeah, awesome. Okay. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, it just works. Shoot. I thought we had to grow the 5, but the 5 could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it could also go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, but we just ruled out the 4. This is dirt. This is dirt. Because the 3 can't see any higher. This 4 is indexing either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not gonna work. This the 4 has to index a 9. That's not a 9, and this is dirt. So this is a 7. Oh my gosh. I really hope that was correct. I really, really, really hope it was correct. We get a 4-8 pair. So we know that's composite. This is composite. So this is not 5. So this is the 5. So this is composite, which is 4, 6, 8, 9, because it's getting the composite from there. That's not a 6. There's no 7 in there. This 6 means this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 7. That's not the 7. This is not a 6. It's only a 2 or a 3. It's not a 7, by the way. That means... What does it mean? It means that could be the... We already see at least 2, so it could... If it's 3, it's going to grow there or there. Now, the 2 only worked if one of these could be a 9, if this was the 9. So if it was a 2, this was a 9. If it was a 3, it was those 2 digits. We needed an 8. That would be the 8. Maybe right this second that can still be an 8. 4, 8, 9 are 4, 6, 8, 9 are all composite. Missing the... It's just gonna continually mess up my brain. That's a composite. That's prime. Prime. It got so cold. So you are either indexing a 9 here or an 8 here. It really feels like there's still more dirt to think about. Oh, this is a 7. Right, there is definitely dirt to think about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If this is a 7, these all must be wet. So that is a whole wet world, which is very exciting. And now this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means the 6 is done, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means this is dirt. Okay. This is it. This is the one. I don't know if it's the one, but it feels like we actually know how to solve the puzzle now. Good grief. Yeah, the Y's being wet is a revelation. That does mean this would be a wet digit, but at this moment it feels okay for wetness to happen. So what is this? 7's indexing a 6, right? It's not here, so this is the 6 that the 7 indexes. We got to do our checkoffs. That is a 1. So we have handled this 6 indexes this 7. This 6 points to this 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this 6 we're going to say is, good heavens, is done. This 7 is indexing this 6. So we're going to say this 7 is done. So we're really close. We just don't know yet what that is indexing. Maybe this is not a 1. So we're getting very close to this being composite. If we could get rid of the 3, it's not a 1 also. But if we got rid of the 3, we would know this is composite, which would mean this is composite. So can we do that? Can we get rid of the 3 somehow? You're getting... That's all prime. You could also get rid of the 1 here. If we get rid of the 1 here, that would also be cool. I don't really know. Okay, we do know. We do know at least this, that you're getting numberness from here. So this also wants the 3 to go away to make our lives better. Noticing there's no 1s down here. So 4, 5, 6. So this just is 5, right? We have a 4, 5, 6 triple here. And we see 4, 6. So this is 5. So that is not 5. This is also dirt, by the way. This digit, you're not 5. This digit is never wet because it would break this digit. So this digit is always dirt. you're inheriting. I feel like we're getting close on that though. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is, that is dirt. But we don't really know which parent you're getting things from yet. This dirt must be inherited from somewhere, so this is dirt. Kind of cold again. Should also eat food today, you know? This is 2, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 2. There's no 7 up here. And that's not a 2. 8, 9. So you see your 3. So this is either a 2 or a 3. It's not a 2. How did I know that? How did I get the 6? The 7 indexed the 6. Great. Okay. 2 needs to look here or here, and it needs to find a 9 to be 11. But neither of those digits are 9. So this is definitely a 3. So this is definitely a wet. So this is definitely dirt, which is very exciting. This 3 then must be indexing an 8 exactly there, which is huge. So you're done. So we've done all of the cages except for this fellow. But the 8 removal, let's look at a 3 removal, feels like it's going to be so exciting. 2, 4, 8. Gosh, if we knew where the 9 was, we would know that that was all the composite digits. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. 2 is prime. 2 is prime. Don't let anyone tell you different. Shame on you. This is definitely dirt because we can't have a 2 by 2. This is definitely dirt because we can't have a 2 by 2. This 7 is getting primeness and or wetness. How are we going to know this? We'll probably find that this is composite, and so it'll be forced, but I don't know that it's forced right this second. But this digit is very restricted because it already sees 2, and it can see a maximum of 4, so it is a 2. And it is indexing a digit that is 2 away, which is not this one, so it's this one, so that is very wet. But that means that this digit must be dirt. It means you're not a 2, because we've got rid of the godforsaken 2s. That's 4 and 6, which are composite digits. That's 8, which is a composite digit that is getting dirt from here. So your compositeness must come from here. Oops. You're getting your dirt from here, so your compositeness must come from here. So, I think everybody left, but it's okay. I'm excited. I feel like we're finally getting there. 2. You're not 2 or 6. The problem is I'm going to realize I made a mistake and have to roll back half an hour. So far things seem okay, but we'll see. You are getting your... we don't know. Do we know? Not yet. But we know that that's not 8 or 9. We know that this digit is getting its compositeness from here. So this is 4, 6, 8, 9. 4, 6, 8, 9. It's not 6 or 8. And we know that this, we're getting our compositeness from here, which means this is definitely not a 3 because 4, 6, 8, 9 is composite and 3 is prime. So that has to go. So this is a 9. That is not 4 or 9. So this is, well, that's prime, but it doesn't matter. That's not a 9. Which doesn't matter. You're getting your... We don't know where the wetness is coming from. We could be getting compositeness here, or prime from here. You're not 9. Feels like we probably know a whole lot of things. This water needs to get out and connect with its friends. We can't have a 2x2 of dirt, so that is wet. Our water worlds are not yet connected. This water is all orthogonally connected, but it's not connected to the upper part of the world. So this has to be wet. And then now we've connected all of that, but we're still not connected to this part of the water world. So this at a minimum must be wet. So this must be dry. That's funny that this is, I think this is left over, and I think we'll know it by the, like the number will disambiguate that, I hope. Okay, so, but we basically have all of our business, basically have all of our sight lines. This 2 we did do, so that 2 is done. I think we've dealt with all of our cages, both in terms of sums and sight lines and wetness. Their Y's are all wet, which is a relief. I broke the puzzle. I broke the puzzle. I broke the puzzle. When did I break it? The reason I think I broke the puzzle is because this digit is getting its numberness from here, and this is prime, and this is not. That's bad. This really sees 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Why can't this be 3? No. It's even worse than that. I'm saying that these 2 digits, I'm trying to say that these 2 digits have the same. I'm trying to say that these 2 digits have the same numberness. Shoot. Okay. This is a tragic story. I hope that doesn't go back too far. Hopefully it was just like a missed pencil mark or something. Like as of here, I'm definitely saying this is from 4 9. So I'm basically saying this is a 9. 4 6 8 9. It sees 4 6. It sees 8. It'd only be 9. Oh man, bummer. How far back do we have to go? What silly mistake did I make? Okay, we're going back to the placement of this 8. Ugh, did I do the like check thing? Just to know if I've gone back far enough? Yeah, I haven't gone back far enough. Shoot. Oh no, no. Where did I screw up? Bummer. I hope that last No, we're screwed. That logic down here wasn't bad. That all seemed good. Especially since like the latter digits that we placed were based on, so we were okay up to this point. But this, okay, we're okay up to here. So what did we do? The 8? Oh gosh. Okay, I see what I did. This can't be the 8. This is dirt. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh boy. The 8 is here. The 8 could be here. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's dirt. This is the 8, right? This is the 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is the 8. Okay. I am sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, but we will recover. That's not 8. Which I apparently knew anyway, because there seems to be a 289 triple up here. Somehow. Okay. I feel like we can recover relatively quickly from that. That was unfortunate, but it was after the major breakthrough, so I'm not too worried about it. So we need 7, 9, and 1, and 1, 2, 7, 9. Is that right? With that being the 2, there's no 2 or 7 in here, so this is a 1, 9 pair, so that's the 7. 1, 9 pair, 4, 6 pair, 7, 8, so we need 5 and another number. What could it be? Perhaps a 3? This just is also from 1, 4, 6. That's not 1, that's not 6. Just gonna do some pencil marking and then go back and do some compositeness. Seemingly that is a 4. And we're getting our numberness from here, which is known. So there should be a chain of compositeness going through. That's 6. That's 4. It's not 4 or 6. These digits are all prime. So the primeness is going that way. Right? I don't know how I managed to place. Not only did I place that 8, whatever. Not only did I ignore the fact that there were 2 options for it, but I ignored the fact that that was dirt. It was already dirt. There was no excuse for that. It's just silliness. So one of these at least has to be composite, and the other one, there's a 1 composite pair basically in here. This is what happens when someone goes away. Helio leaves, and then I just fall apart, ruin the puzzle. I feel actually fine now. I feel like we're gonna get it at this point. But a funny thing to remember is these are going to have the same numberness, which is the only thing that kind of slowed my roll a little bit. That's prime feeding in there, and that's fine. Prime feeding in there is fine. Okay. I do also think we still had some water to think about. That was another thing that we did. Yeah. We thought that was ambiguous. We said this was 3 already. That's 3 already. We talked about that we need water in here to prevent a 2x2, and then we need to connect this to the wider world. Gojo, thank you. Other than the completely wrong digits I have, but now everything feels good. Now it all feels great. if you just ignore all of the mistakes I make, I'm very good at Sudoku. If you ignore how slow I am at Sudoku and all the mistakes I make, I'm probably one of the better solvers in the world, if not the best. Okay, so I was just thinking about wetness for a minute. I think we were... No, oh yeah, we didn't do this one right. Right. This still can't be very hot. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this still can't be... that still is just 2. Because we just... 6 and 8 just would never fit. So these are... None of these are 2. That means that we've seen all we can see here. What is... Let's go, Joe. You're a hero. I appreciate that. Although, did I just screw up something? I feel like I just screwed something up. I think that is not... I think that is a 2. I think that does mean that is dirt. But now suddenly, how do I know... whether or not this is... How do I know the wetness of this? If I put a 2 there, that becomes dirt. How do I know? How do I know the wetness of this? Am I forgetting some very obvious thing? You know, I gotta get there. I gotta get there how I get there. Did I make a mistake on the wetness of this? Oh, right. Gosh, I even said that earlier. Good grief. Thank you. This is indexing this. I did it the first time I did it before I screwed up. That's very funny. It's funny that like 20 minutes ago I just said this thing. Y is always wet. You also have an 8-9 pair. Apparently. That's a 2. Okay. Sorry about that. Very silly. So... So now, I even hadn't marked it. That's very funny. Okay, you're marked. Everyone knows that caged digits are wet. It's a... Oh, speaking of that, we do have some new inheritance because we know that numberness always comes from an off-color parent. Gosh, that really is far-reaching, right? Does that mean all of these are composite? Which is, it's probably going to end up making this an 8, and that's why I couldn't, that's what didn't work earlier. Off-color parents are where we get our numerical affiliation. So that means that this digit, this digit, this digit, and this digit can have no primes, right? So there's no 2s in there. There's no 3s in there. There's no 5s in there. We can only have 4, 6, 8, 9 in these cells. Is that true? Appears to be true. This whole run of digits must all be prime. That's where, okay. Well, that's another reason we're screwed earlier. Right, dude, that's not true. We already went through that this cage indexes this cage, which indexes this cage. This cage is both an X and a Y. It's already there. Was not, and the author of this puzzle was in the chat and told you that it could be both ways. We already have double indexing, which is normally pretty fine in remote sum puzzles. We do know that these must all be prime, which means there's no 4s, 6s, 8s, or 9s, which places a 1, and we knew that was like a 1 composite pair. That does mean that we know that your numberness, your compositeness came from here. And we know that this is prime, so your compositeness came from here. And we know that your compositeness came from here. So this is another lineage of compositeness, which must not have a 2 in it, must not have a 7 in it. Those are the only, yeah. That's prime. It's a weird family tree. Oh, that's a 4-6 pair, so that's a 9. That's 1, 2, 7. There's a 1 up here, which makes sense, I suppose. No 9 there, no 9 there. We have 4, 6, 8, 9 triple, so we're missing a prime here, which is fine because we're not inheriting primeness. Something seems crazy. No, I guess that's fine. We're getting color from here, not primeness. Have we talked about everybody's parents? Do we have lineage yet? We don't know, not yet. We know this lineage. The 1 is going to tell us, I think. Anyway, 4-8 pair, so that's a 9. Inheriting from an 8 is fine. That knocks 9 out of all of these, which is nice. This is 1, 2, 7, and 4. Definitely no 1 in there, no 7 there, no 2 there. We have a 4-8 pair, so that just is the 2. There's no 2 there. It's a 1-7 pair, so that is the 2. Seems okay. That's a 5. That's not a 5. That's not a 2. 4-8 pair means that's a 6. That means this is a 3-7 pair. The 7 there, and the 3 there, 4 there. 4 is here and 6 is here. I'm not paying too much attention to the numberness. I'm trusting it. I mean, I feel like we're pretty okay with the numberness because we pencil marked almost all inheritance. Only inheritance. Well, we didn't do you yet. But we still could inherit from either place. What's up, Tomato? Scourger supports me. It doesn't have a number, but it still is a remote sum. So okay, yes, home stretch. We can do this. We need to. Why am I missing coloring? Oh right, we did that because this whole part of the puzzle. Oops, not you. This whole part of the wet world is not yet connected to orthogonally to this part of the world, and the only way that's going to happen is through this little straight, which means this is definitely dirt. This is still ambiguous, but I think it's going to become unambiguous based on being like dirty composite is my assumption. I think that's my assumption. We have a 4, 6, 8 triple. That's 9. That's 8. Okay, now it's just going to be me being bad at Sudoku. Is there any other inheritance we haven't considered enough? I don't think so. This can be anything because we got our wetness over there. Seven's there. 4, 6, 8, 9. Where's a 1? I feel like 1 is a weird. I don't know. 1's a real mystery in this puzzle. It's a real jerk. Oh, pencil. 1, 4, 8. 1, 4, 1, 4, 1, 4, 6, 8, 9. Oh, terrible pencil marks. That is not a 4 or an 8. That is not a 6 or a 9. You get 1, 4, 8. 1, 4, 8, 9 quadruple. And not a 4. 4's in that little land. Surely 4's. Now 4 is, one of those is a 4. This is just me being bad at Sudoku at this point. Also very tired. There are no 1s in this puzzle. Oh, that's weird. We have a 1-9 pair here. Who could have imagined that that would ever happen? It's a 5 up there. It's funny, we still don't know that. We don't know that. This is 1, 6, 9, and 3. And this does not feel like a good way to do this puzzle. I don't know why. Yeah, the 9. Well, actually, are we happy with all our compositeness? We just don't know. I wondered if that was going to be forced in some way, but I don't see how it could be. I think we just have to know. Yeah, I thought maybe inheritance was going to force somebody, but... Oh! You definitely get your numberness from here. So it's okay if this is prime. Yeah, okay, yeah, I should have seen that. This, our composite digits are 4, 6, 8, 9, and we see 4, 6, 8, 9 in the column. So we definitely know that this is a composite, a prime digit, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. It's not 5. That means that, well, that's just lame. Does that mean we can't know who we're inheriting from here? Is that true? Is that a... Everyone who solved this puzzle has commented on being able to figure out the shading and numberness of row and column row by uniqueness. I mean, you got to figure it out somehow, I guess, right? But this is, doesn't this mean we have ambiguous inheritance here? Maybe that's okay. I mean, maybe nobody cares. These kids today. That also means 4, 6, 8, 9 also means that this is prime, right? 4, 6, 8, 9 means this digit is also 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Ambiguous inheritance is okay. It's not okay for my pencil marks, Skojo, but it does seem to be okay for the rules of the puzzle. Doesn't mean I like it. I knew there was a 7 there already. And I knew you inherited here. Four, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not okay for my sanity. After Helio peer pressured me into doing these red lines. So that's all good. You people, there's 4, 6, 8. Odd, 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 odd. Not odd. Prime. Prime, 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 prime. Prime is different than odd. Okay. At this point, it does just feel like me being bad at Sudoku, which is okay. I'm fine with that. Fine with being bad at Sudoku. 8, 4, 8. I keep having the feeling that yeah. No, never mind. Sorry. I just keep having the feeling that I missed a cleanup. But I think at this point we actually know everybody except for this person. The numberness, I mean. No, we don't know this one either. Yeah, I don't know that one either. Okay, what are we doing? Pencil marking our lives away? Could be 1. Can't be 2. Can't be 3. Can be 4. Can't be 5. Can be 6. Can't be 7. Can be 8 or 9. That's not 9. That's not 4. These are not helpful pencil marks. Do have a 1, 9 pair here. 1, 9 pair and 4, 7. Four, 7, 1, 9. It's not tremendously useful. Gosh, it really isn't. Remarkably not useful. Impressively not useful, even. And there's some places the 2s aren't. Okay, whatever. Let's pencil mark it, because we pencil marked every other thing in this group. So it's not 1, it could be 2. Could be 3, it's not 4, could be 5. Could be 6, it's not 7, could be 8, it's not 9. 2, 3, 5, 6, 8. You people are not 2. You people are not 5. You people are not 3. Not 3, 5. I feel like I kind of made a mess of this. Tomatoes. Am I missing very obvious things? Extraordinarily obvious things? Like the fact that those are prime. These must all be... Missing something laughably obvious, probably. 7s are certainly up here. One, 9 pairs. Tomatoes. What am I... Okay, what silliness? What's wrong with me? This digit? Is there something special? Is there a cool triple? Oh no, the tomatoes out of control. Okay, this is definitely just me being bad at Sudoku, no question. So I need to just do it. How's it going, Celestial Bean Art? Some part of my brain is like, oh, you need to check your compositeness or whatever, but it probably is just truly that I'm bad at Sudoku, right? Is that where we are? I like this whole family tree of primeness. Am I seeing the issue? I'm not. Did I miss something very obvious? 1 and 2 there, the 3-5 pair here. There's the 7. Oh, 2 is definitely here. Okay, I just need to like think for a minute. I've been on stream too long. So the whole, if you ever watched Variant Sudoku at all, the whole premise is basically it's just a normal Sudoku puzzle, but then the people that set the puzzles, in this case heliopolix, put just new rules on top of it. And this puzzle is particularly insane because it's like 5 different kinds of rule set are sitting on top of Sudoku. So in addition, we have Sudoku, but we also have this like coloring of the ocean and islands. We also have these sight lines. We also have places where other things have to sum to other things. And then we also have this like genetic, this genetic party going on. So this was ambiguous inheritance. And I'm just at the point now where my brain doesn't work anymore. And it's exciting. You don't really need a brain. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna think about ones for a second. I'm sure it's very obvious. I'm sure it's frustrating as I fail to see what is going on. So ones are annoying. Got thousands of 2s. A 2 X-Wing. We got a fun 2 X-Wing. Threes are there. Definitely over there. Really annoying in box 3. 4s are certainly down here. It might be like missing a piece of inheritance. This is tricky because this is ambiguous inheritance, right? Because it could be the 1 with the 7, or it could be, oh no, oh my gosh, 2 is prime. 2 is a prime number. 2 is prime. 2 is prime, everybody. Do you know that? Anyway, these are both prime, right? So we're inheriting from both a 2 and a 7, so this must be prime, so it must be a 1, and that's just going to do the whole puzzle. Okay, I'm not sure if that's what everybody else was telling me to see, but I'm gonna go with that. Grimbone's catchphrase is you can just solve it from here. He would have just said that from the beginning. Okay, 2 is this was not ambiguous. This was like the most how long has that just been staring us in the face? This has been like the most explicit clue in the entire puzzle. Oops. Yeah, no 1. It's on a 9. 3-6 pair. That is an 8. Inheriting its numberness. You're 5. So you're the 3. You're 5. You're not 5 or 8. Oops. You just are 6. You are an 8. You are a 2. You are a 4. You're the 1. You're the 2. You're the 6. 2's prime. Who made 2? Who made 2 prime? First of all. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. You said I could do... Treat it as normal Sudoku. I refuse to. Thanks, Gojo. I'm sure it was... I just hate Sudoku, and I don't want to do it. And I, for a moment, was thinking, like, why would Helio make me do Sudoku? Helio would never do that to me. Other people will do it sometimes, but Helio, after this long, after 4 hours, you weren't joking about the 4-hour solve. If Helio would never do that to me. Helio would never. Thank you, Rad Dude. Thank you for your patience. I know I was moving slowly. Yes. Okay. Right. What is the color of this digit? This is not prime. Sorry. This is not prime. This is composite, and this is prime. So we're definitely... So what does that mean? It means that we're not inheriting... Well, okay. It means we're not inheriting numberness, so we have to be inheriting colorness. So it's blue. Is that right? Skojo, you really nailed it. Okay, everyone, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your help. I really do appreciate it. I just sometimes I just have to do things my own way. The main reason I was having trouble just doing Sudoku at the end is my heart told me that Helio wouldn't do that. That you would not solve a puzzle for 4 hours and then have to do Sudoku. It's just... that would be cruel. That's beyond just challenging. That would be actually cruel. Oh, Skojo, thank you. Everybody, as usual, say it all the time, but everybody's too patient, and I can't believe it. I'm always grateful for that. I appreciate everybody who hung around for the ridiculously long stream. What a great puzzle. Okay, here's the thing. Normally when I do a puzzle, I hesitate to say that it's hard or very hard just because I don't feel like I'm a good measure of it. That was a hard puzzle. That puzzle was hard. I think it's fair to say that was a hard puzzle. To me, the biggest moment, you know what really made it? Okay, it's also it's incredible. This is a truly incredible setting. Pearly, truly incredible setting. Is there a spell checker in this web browser? Yeah, there is. Just checking. 5 if it's that. Okay, I really like that metric. If it's too hard for me, it's obviously a 5. That's how I feel. Any puzzle that's too hard for me is 5, which is basically impossible. No one could ever do that. Okay, so the thing I was going to comment on is the little untangling down here was lovely, but I was everything with this whole mess, this whole situation, because that got us a couple things. One, it got us the well, I guess in both ways. It kind of let us know how things would grow. But I feel like the biggest breakthrough in the puzzle for me was... I'm trying to remember exactly how this went down. I think it was the realization that if this was 7, this would be 6, so it must grow to make this wet. Or if this was 6, this just had to be wet. Because once we knew this had to be wet, I think that really helped break open the southeast corner. I'm not sure if there's another way to do that. Maybe there was another way. But I feel like that, for my personal list of breakthroughs in this puzzle, I will Oh my gosh, it's 6:30. Oh my gosh. I had like actual work to do today.